है
सारे की छुट्टी पे फंस रही है, पता है बाहर में।
हाय कृष्णा, हेलो।
हाय रविश, गुड मॉर्निंग।
या गुड मॉर्निंग। अच्छा, एक बार ना अपना एक बार तुमने उससे लॉगिन किया ना अपना, क्या नाम है ये, जो अपना जूम लिंक था, राइट?
हाँ हाँ।
ओके, एक बार अपना कैमरा ऑन करोगे? एक बार लाइव देख लेते हैं।
मेरा दिखेगा शायद।
कोई बात नहीं, मैं भी ऑन कर लेता हूँ। एक बार ये चेक करना है ना कि YouTube पे जो है वो लाइव स्ट्रीम हम दिख रहे हैं ना।
नाम आ रही है?
मैम आएंगी अभी उसमें तो टाइम बाद, मतलब 8:45 पे आएंगे। हाँ ठीक है।
ठीक है।
हाँ ठीक है, कर लो, ऑफ कर लो कैमरा।
मैं ना एक
हाँ
ज्वाइनिंग मैसेजेस आज है, मैं सारे ग्रुप्स में डालती हूँ, प्लीज ज्वाइन डिजिटल सीएक्स।
अपने उस पे भी शेयर कर देना।
अटेंडीज के लिए ना हर ग्रुप और हर इसमें डालती हूँ ना, ताकि सब 9 बजे ज्वाइन करना शुरू करते हैं अटेंडीज।
अटेंडीज नई ग्रुप में कहाँ पे डालोगे?
जो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है मेरे में 2-4 एंटरप्रेन्योर ग्लोबल व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है ना, ज्वाइन दी
उनको
सबमिट
सीधा
में।
जूम पे लॉगिन कराओगे?
नहीं 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 नहीं, अपना ईजेड एक्सपो।
हाँ इजेड एक्सपो पे करा दो, अटेंडेड वो दे देना उनको।
मुझे एक बार शेयर करोगे? मैं फटाफट डाल देती हूँ अभी।
क्या मतलब क्या चाहिए, क्या दूं तुमको?
अच्छा नहीं नहीं, वो मैम ने कल उसमें रखा है ना, ग्रुप में डाला था अटेंडीज का। मैं बस रिकन्फर्म कर रही हूँ, यही लिंक है ना। तो एक्साइटिंग ऑफर्स हम चला रहे हैं। एक्साइटिंग ऑफर्स हम चला रहे हैं।
नहीं कोई ऐसा ऑफर नहीं है।
Please join us at virtual summit of digital
थंबनेल डाल दूंगा।
It starts from 9 a.m. onwards. Continues to. ये देखो ये टेक्स्ट डाल रही हो, एडिट करना है।
देख लो। हाँ ठीक है।
और सारे ग्रुप में डाले अटेंडी लिस्ट के साथ, ताकि थोड़ा से तो लोग अटेंड करने आए। और ये तो फ्री लिंक है।
हाँ फ्री है। Hello sir, good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so let me check my picture is also okay. Video is working.
Yes sir. Hi sir, good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so we'll have to share our presentation, so you'll have to give us the right to share.
Yeah, Ravindra. Okay, okay, okay. नहीं हम लोग हैं, मैं हूँ, कृष्णा है, सर भी आगे हैं। एक मिनट में जूम पे हम लोग हैं तो अपने यस नहीं हो गया उन्होंने एडमिट कर लिया उनको। हाँ यस ओके ओके। हाँ एक बार इनिशियली आप आ जाना 5-10 मिनट्स के लिए। आप नॉर्मल इनवाइट लिंक से ही आ जाइएगा आप, फिर अगर जरूरत पड़ेगी तो मैं होस्ट बना दूंगा ना। हाँ जूम से कर लेना आप पहले। हाँ हाँ हम्म।
And you will have to give share rights to everyone, no? For screen sharing.
Yes, yes. I'm making a host.
इन लोग का है उम्मीद आने का.
1 minute, sir. I'll give login rights 1 minute before the 5 minutes before the event.
अरे नहीं आज हमने कोशिश करी नहीं बस पीछे करनी नहीं है टेढ़ी नहीं हो रही क्या हाँ
हेलो मैम. ठीक है. आप हाँ 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 सर होस्ट प्लीज चेक इफ यू एबल टू शेयर इट
नहीं अभी तो this will stop other screen sharing. Do you want to continue? Okay, let me just see. ठीक है
यस
ठीक है
यस यस सर
ओके अभी बंद कर देते हैं
Hi,
क्या
good
करें
morning.
हाँ गुड मॉर्निंग रश्मि जी क्या हाल
All very, very good morning to you. So, market expansion via. Um, Ravi, should I be the host or sir is the host? Dr. Bhaskar is the host now.
No, I am not the host. You will be the host. I'll just speak and then go out. I'm just sharing my this thing now.
Right. So, I think what needs to be done is all presenters would become hosts.
There's no need of that.
All presenters need to become hosts. तो मैं आपको भी होस्ट बना दूं
तो उससे
क्योंकि
क्या होगा फायदा
उससे फायदा ये होगा कि आपको प्रेजेंट कर पाइएगा, आप ऑडिटोरियम में दिखाई दीजिएगा ईजेड एक्सपो में। होस्ट को ऑडिटोरियम में दिखाई देते, वरना वो नहीं दिखाई देता है।
ओह अच्छा अच्छा
तो अभी मैंने आपको रिमूव को होस्ट, अभी आप होस्ट हैं ऑलरेडी,
हाँ
वो
अच्छा
होस्ट
ठीक
है।
है
बट आर यू एबल टू शेयर योर स्क्रीन? अभी आपने शेयर किया हुआ था स्क्रीन,
हाँ अभी शेयर किया हुआ था
सो आई थिंक
I can share yeah that's okay
should we go live and start once or
वी आर ऑलरेडी लाइव मैम
we already live na? So in that case we'll wait for I'll make a smaller intro. Okay, fine.
हाँ just make a small one क्या
ठीक
करना
है ठीक है ठीक है। एक जब तक ड्राई रन कर लेते हैं, फिर 9 o'clock फिर से स्टार्ट कर लेंगे। What do you say?
ठीक है अब तो 2 मिनट तो बचा ही है
हाँ, ये एक वेलकम स्क्रीन वो डाल दो 1 सेकंड के लिए, अगर if people are logging in, welcome screen that we created yesterday.
हम इसको अपना हटा देते हैं आप
हाँ,
अपना वेलकम डालिए
yeah, so I will introduce you, then आप आइए।
हाँ ये रहा इधर कौन सा है
Am I audible clearly, Ravish? You can hear me.
मैम स्क्रीन मेरे को एक बार आप नीचे स्क्रीन शेयर का ऑप्शन है ना, उसमें वो कर दीजिए ना आप, एनीबॉडी कैन शेयर द स्क्रीन।
Share screen.
हाँ वहां पे देखिए ऑप्शन आ रहा होगा।
Anybody can share screen. तुम्हें नहीं दिख रहा है?
ऐसा आ रहा होगा कि मतलब अलाउ मल्टीपल पार्टिसिपेंट टू शेयर स्क्रीन करके ऑप्शन आ रहा होगा, क्योंकि मेरे पास ये डिसेबल दिखा रहा है यहाँ पे।
क्यों, तुमने होस्ट से लॉगिन नहीं किया हुआ है? पार्टिसिपेंट्स में जाओ, पार्टिसिपेंट्स मेक होस्ट।
नहीं, शेयर जहाँ पे शेयर स्क्रीन का ऑप्शन है ना, वहां पे अलाउ मल्टीपल पार्टिसिपेंट टू शेयर स्क्रीन का ऑप्शन होगा, वो दे दीजिए आप।
दिख तो नहीं रहा है मुझे। I should stop sharing my screen. It is right now sharing my screen.
हाँ, आप उसको स्टॉप कर दीजिए।
I think then let's go live with Dr. आपका ही जो स्क्रीन लगा हुआ था, टाइम तो हो गया अभी, वो वेलकम स्क्रीन लगाने का फायदा ही नहीं। आपका स्क्रीन शेयर हो पा रहा है?
हम कर देते हैं।
लगाऊं मैम वो या फिर रहने दूं?
नहीं रहने दो, अभी तो टाइम हो गया है 9, लेकिन मैं इंट्रोड्यूस करूंगी कैसे? चलिए कोई नहीं, आप ही शेयर कर लीजिए अपना स्क्रीन डॉक्टर भास्कर, तो फिर मैं स्टार्ट कर देती हूँ।
ठीक है।
Should I go on mute first?
तो हम लोग सिर्फ 3 ही लोग हैं अभी।
Actually, sir, people will log in the Easy Expo page. So अभी यहाँ पे Zoom पे अब हम मतलब only the host and only host.
ओह अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा। ठीक है चलिए।
मैम you are on mute. आप स्टार्ट कर दीजिए।
Hi, good morning, friends. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, wherever you are in the world today. We are delighted to welcome you to the Digital CX Global Summit. Customer experience, as we understand in the post-pandemic era, has gone through a sea change. It's extremely important for all of us in the business to realize how are we managing our customers, how is the customer journey really shaping up. This being an extremely important subject, all of us here have gathered to highlight the key aspects on customer experience. And I'm delighted to welcome our esteemed panelist, Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar. He's logging in from Miami. Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar is a visionary and a techno leader. Dr. Bhaskar is a global thought leader in financial inclusion, making banking as a solution for more and more customers to sign up and use. We would now like to hear from Dr. Bhaskar, but I'll still read out the formal introduction to all of you of Dr. Bhaskar, because that would help us understand the depth of knowledge that we are going to be listening to over the next 30 minutes. So Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar is the chairman and CEO of EST Global. EST Global is based in MIT and is attached to the Cambridge Innovation Ecosystem, US. Dr. Bhaskar is a global leader in financial inclusion and thrives on digital evolution, fintech revolution. He is leading various continents with banking projects, not just in India, but across Africa, across North America. We would now listen to the evangelist, Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar. Over to you, sir. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you, Rachna ji.
Super. I'll go on mute. You can take on.
Okay. So you can see my screen?
Yes, all set here.
Okay. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all our attendees and viewers and speakers. Media Resources has rolled out the Global Digital CX Summit series, and I'm very happy to be here and honored to be here to share my views. And thank you, Rachnaji, for giving such an enlightened note about my achievements and my platform. So I'm Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar, as Rasnaji has introduced me to you, Chairman of EST Group, led by EST Global Inc., based at Cambridge Innovation Center, MIT Boston. I'm in Miami right now. Again, Rasnaji told you about it, and I'm about to welcome the midnight. So in this quiet moment, it is great to deliberate on such an important topic, an important proposition like market expansion via digital inclusion. I will start with my own platform. That my EST platform has 4 verticals: BranchX, neobanking, digital banking, EasyPay, global wallet, AgriTech as a tool for rural economic regeneration, healthcare for all through our automated AI, ML, IoT based Raha, Cubicle, and EST Fab, which is the Center for Enlargement and delimitation of digital knowledge spheres to remote areas. Once digital knowledge percolates, it will create the groundwork for the real inclusion. Market expansion vis-a-vis inclusion is not dependent phenomena, but I think each is contributing to each other to create the other. It is in real sense a chicken and egg situation, I should say, and it is a debatable topic. But from my viewpoint, what I feel that market expansion cannot create digital inclusion, but yes, inclusion can definitely create market expansion. But I will more succinctly put it at in place of inclusion. If there is inclusion with prosperity, then it is going to enhance the market expansion. And with this, I will set the tone of my presentation. That market expansion via digital inclusion appears to be a small segment, but it is a huge palette wherein various shades are coming together, uniting to create a digital economy of inclusion. Market is the interplay of economic forces with participants requiring capital to shop, while inclusion is a socio-economic condition. That is why I said inclusion with prosperity can enhance the market dimension. And moreover, with tokenization, digital economy, digital assets, global wallets, the whole canvas of marketing has expanded to great extent. Now, historically, we should see that the narrative of every topic has changed because of the great divide created by COVID. So now we have to talk in terms of pre-COVID and post-COVID. So if we try to focus on narratives involving these two segments, then we see that the focus is on a couple of topics like inclusion, which is a cultural parameter. It needs to focus on this diversity, equality, and inclusion model. Financial inclusion, money should reach the vast majority of people through digital surrogates, as fiat needs to go away, or it should take the backseat, as we have been talking around, because governments are also trying to have digital currency, central bank digital currency, CBDCs. So there is whole say change in the dynamics after this digital revolution. Digital inclusion, knowledge and educational basis is important for the adoption of the digital knowledge. SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, overall development model and vision of our efforts and the government of the land. These are all the focus areas and the narratives that we are seeing in the post-COVID times. ESG is, again, of course, we have been talking about ESG and all, but now there is more focus with the depletion of the environment safeguards, which has been with us through ages. Now it is depleting, so we have to be more focused towards environmental, social, and governance. So these are the regulatory frameworks which is available for the corporates, and they should try to use these guidelines to preserve the nature for all and equal opportunities to all. Because COVID-19, it has accelerated the deployment of new technologies of the fourth revolution. So it is reshaping how we work, how we shop, how we learn, how we socialize, and even go to hospital, doctors. So it has totally transformed our way of living and our life. It has become, and all those changes are threatening to become permanent, even though COVID has been under control and we have COVID. Now, the area after all this, I should say, the narrative is that the format of market is changing, commodities online and delivery system is changing, fintech and payment medium has changed, logistic patterns have changed, market has scaled to in all horizontally and vertically. Market management system, information system, MMIS has come up to read the market and to further explore the possibilities of expansion of market and to have more beneficial marketing tools so as to create more profitability for the participants who are shoppers or who are sellers. So sellers, buyers both need to be taken care of. Then all these technologies which are mostly affecting and greatly affecting all our activities are blockchain based supply chain management system, traceability system, artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, IoTs, robotics, drone, and now the master of everything is your metaverse, wherein all sorts of marketing is being created in metaverse, and all institutions also are trying to go ahead in metaverse so as to showcase their product. But again, we will see how these markets and how these situations are creating a different type of setup in the society also. Now, with multiple market models are available with these technological developments, and in our like agri system, we have created P2P, local market, district state market, national market, international market, and barter system. Now, in barter system, it is, we call it instant crop to cash conversion. So ICCC. Now, these markets did exist. It is not that we have created something new, but the connect was missing. So when you are trying to create an ecosystem which is going to be integrated and interacting to each other, all these marketing modalities and marketing techniques will make a difference and they will make a real sense. And that is what we have tried to do. Now, the whole gamut of P2P, if you see, has changed. Before COVID, P2P means across the counter, over the counter. So it was physical transaction that we have been doing. But with all this digitization and technology that has crept in, what we are seeing and why we are seeing is because of COVID. There had to be a distance that had to be maintained. So physicality had to give way to distance, and to cover and to bridge that and cover that gap of distance, technology was there with their digital framework, digital marketing facility, digital wallets, digital display systems. So everyone could attend to all their needs and requirements, and there was nothing that they could not take care of. So this changed the whole concept of P2P. So now it is peer-to-peer, and peer-to-peer, it breaks all the shackles and boundaries that countries have created with their own regulations and different measures because of the digital wallets and digital system. That is why you see cryptocurrencies are under attack, because the value of money or cash that it was there with fiat currency, that is being transferred via digital mode through wallets, and it does not get restricted by the local legislations or regulations. That is why government is opposing it and trying to put different shackles on that. With all this digital development, the new trade technology emerged with supply chain management system. Different sorts of different types of commodities also came up, and the frequency of production of those crops, production of those items for different markets in different season. So we became more precise in our productive system for the market. And with digital prowess and know-how, the trade technology took altogether a different turn, and global value chains were created. And that is how the wealth of nation is being carried from one place to other place. And it is an integrated and interactive model. That is why business is expanding. You are able to expand your market, scale your market. And that is what we are looking for, that how we can scale our product and scale our platform. So this is how all the different transformative digital technologies are doing to our efforts. But the most pronounced change has been in the field of payment system, because when the digital revolution started, the basic concept was to attack the fiscal system and the banking system because of the long transfer time and large service charges. So those were the two parameters which were came under first attack. And that is why now we see so many different things have come in the market. We are talking of mobile money, e-wallets, crowdfunding, cross-border remittances, alternate scoring models. All these have come with the new technology, which is having the full capacity to change the dynamics of the payment system. Now your cryptos are there, tokens are there, like Bitcoin is there. They have totally transformed the payment system. But even let me give you the case of India. We have in India the what you call UPI, Unified Payment Interface. That is like Bhim Pay, and RuPay is also working with that. It has become so popular that it is getting launched in different countries as well, because it has the interoperable payment modality and payment system. So you can create anything, you can create any product, but if it does not have interoperability, then it is not going to give you any result. Why interoperability is so important? Because now we talk of ecosystem, and ecosystem, all the participants have to get interactive to each other, and that is how the development happens. So these are different modalities and changes that we are facing in our system due to digital transformations. Now, scaling, when we are trying to scale market, I will give you one more example from one of our products in agriculture. We are creating the rural verse to launch it by next year. In that, what we are trying to do, we are trying to create the meeting point for buyer and seller. Now, why we have to do it? Because we are trying to create the seal of authenticity, trust level we have to create, because in digital parlance and digital environment, trust is a very big demand. So until unless you have trust factor, and you cannot survive in the market. So in this rural verse, we are not only trying to integrate all the participants on our platform, wherein they can do all the discussions which you are seeing on the left hand side, but even the overseas buyers and sellers, or even national buyers and sellers, can meet each other. They can with the AR/VR, and in real time they can see, inspect the crop and the product, and then go ahead with the digital completion of the transaction with smart contract and all that. And of course, you have the payment system, digital wallets, electronic payment systems. So everything is taken care of. No one has to move from one place to another. Now, when all these things, so many things are happening in the system and changes are taking place, you have to have an analysis of all the behavior patterns that are going to create this whole system and the ecosystem. And that is what machine learning and your artificial intelligence, they are trying to create the consumer predictive analysis, that what should be the time when they should be contacted, what should be time when they should be, the call should be follow up with different communications, or different product can be offered to them. So the whole gamut of an individual experience is recorded, and then accordingly marketing strategy is created and planned for the different companies and platforms. Now, this is what I call, it is all part of market management information system, MMIS. Like in MMIS, you are creating and collecting all possible data of interaction, integration of the buyer, seller, intermediaries, logistic partners, financial partners. So basically, you are creating the unique world wherein all the participants are coming together, and all the records are getting created. So market management system, MMIS, it also creates a trust factor, because you are trying to collect all the nuances of a trade, nuances of different parties and idiosyncrasies, as we call it, also to continue the business in an inclusive model. And it recalls the different tiers of rural, semi-urban, urban markets. So all different tiers you can collect, and you can have a predictive model and full information system to guide your marketing strategy. Like I gave you that we have developed that P2P, local market, district market, state market, national market, international market, and even barter system. So all those data is collated there in our market management information system. And it not only gives you the requirements in various markets, but also the pricing in various markets. Is there any government subsidy available for any location specific, or say product specific transaction? What are the sale purchase trends in different markets, in different months, different seasons, for different products, different commodities? What will be the most rewarding market for anyone, and most suitable and economic logistic partner for you? If you have to make a shipment to, say, any African country, now you need to see from your onboarded logistic partner which is offering you the least pricing, and accordingly you can choose. So what happens with all these systems and all these data integration that you have created on your dashboard, you are able to maximize your benefit, and you are also able to create a trusting partner for all your transactions. So with all this nexus of data, the trust seal is created for the seller as well as for the market, because market also knows this is a trusted buyer, this is a trusted seller. More and more frequency of buying and selling, you can further say that these buyers and sellers are authentic and genuine, and you can depend on their orders, and there will not be any issue. But when, like any system is there, it has its own nuances and its own problems and its own shades. So every activity has its own gray area. So even in digital transformation, we have the gray area because the digital transformation has moved at a very, very different pace and speed. It has outclassed everything, whereas all the social mobility features and factors are moving at a slower pace. So what is happening? The earlier features of, say, what I will like to call it, say, monopoly or acquisition or landlordism, that is getting converted in form of technical monopoly, technical landlordism, or say technical acquisition. So hoarding of the yesteryear is also becoming hoarding in digital manner. That is why you see the volatility in cryptocurrencies and bitcoins. Why it is happening? Because of the sharks and whales who are operating in the market. So they don't respect that market philosophy and market system, and that accumulation pattern and accumulation desire creates the ripples in the market and troubles in the market. So these are the problems in digital transformation because of the unequal development. And moreover, there is still unequal access to remote learning. So we don't have full access to share this knowledge and knowledge for population. So we have a platform which is called EST Fab, Fintech and Blockchain Association. In this, we are trying to create the digital empowerment by using students go to those remote areas and take classes and share knowledge. And for that, the methodology is that we have created a chain of our partners in different universities and colleges, and we are developing their faculty also, creating centers of excellence, and we are making those centers as the centers for student exchange program from those remote areas, so that they can be trained and experienced, and they can see how world is moving, and they should also try to be interested in accumulating and getting that knowledge. So these are the things what we need to do to bridge the digital divide and the digital gap that has surfaced in our market, or say in our society. But everything depends how interactive is our model. If you see these two pictures, you can see all the financial institutions, buyers, suppliers, technology providers, logistic providers, trade organizations, government and regulations, everything is connected to each other. Until unless we have a unison model in which everything is united and we are working in one particular direction, then only we can have a fruitful and very rewarding society and rewarding result, as a matter of fact. And you can see all different trade finance interoperability foundation, digital trade enablers, all these institutions and participants, they are doing their job, but everything is moving within this interactive model. So we have to become a big cosmos in which all different functions and all different activities are happening. Now, scaling of market has to have an inclusive development also. So there has to be a purposeful scaling of market. Now, again, I will give you the example of my platform AgTech, in which the whole composite banking is being used as a unified, secure, sovereign banking solution for the platform. And the platform stands on 4 organic legs: capital aggregation, capital utilization, capital replenishment, and marketplace. Again, you can see the 4th vertical is marketplace, which is very, very important, because if you are creating capital, if you are creating deposit, that has to move through marketplace, then only you can augment the value of your capital and you can increase the rotation of your capital. So this is all part of our AgriTech platform, and it is a huge platform wherein everything is under one umbrella, and we are trying to control all these different activities so that we can give it a positive direction and move towards inclusion for a definite result. And it should not boomerang on us, or it should not fail. So the whole ecosystem and the inclusive model runs like this, that the bank is there, which is extending all support through micro loans, money transfer facilities. In Branch X that is launched in India for the last 1.5 years, we have a fiscal model. So we have agent model of direct money transfer. So we call it human ATM. So they are connected to different rural areas, and if anyone needs any money or want to deposit anything, these agents are there. All the rural shops, they are our POS. So that is how we are trying to take the digital transformation to those areas, and we are incentivizing them to adopt all those practices. And that is why the charges are also the minimal, because if we are going to have a profit motive, then we cannot create impact, we cannot create inclusion, then it will be only plowing of profit. And you have seen so many microcredit facility providers, they had to wind up the shop, or they had to come under the audit of Reserve Bank of India, only because it became a tool for plowing of profit and using their capital to make more earning for themselves. And you can see one very beautiful concept here, rural exchange. So we have created this rural exchange. Of course, I have not executed it because it is going to be a part of a later version of AgTech. We are in the process of having the permission from SEBI. So this rural exchange is the source of wealth creation, and wealth churning of wealth is going to be done here. And these tiny rural industries, they have to come up as real rural industry with forex earning, that I have showed that how they are we are creating overseas connect, so that their product can go overseas and they can earn forex, and they can have their equity being traded on a rural exchange, because every area then will have its own economic development, and that rural economic development will be diverse from the urban industrial economic development, which is guiding every time, and it is in a way sucking it, so that rural economy is never independent in its development. It has to be guided and molded by industrial economy. That is why there is migration pattern towards cities, and here you will have home-centered migration. So I would like to conclude also very quickly. So with all this, you are creating a real wealth for the farmers, and that adoption of digital technology and the platform is opening new vistas for them and expanding market. And also when they are connected to different marketplace, like through Branch X, we have even connectivity with Amazon and other Flipkart and all, so that they can convert their earning, if at all they want, to buy anything. So we are also taking the marketing factor to remote areas, but we have to empower them. We have to create money in their hand to create the market expansion. So all this is happening with that one black thing in your hand, the mobile phone, which creates the whole clan digital journey. And that is the source of inclusion and empowerment and all sorts of expansion, be it health, be it market, be it insurance, be it participation in any other government program. Everything is through that mobile. So mobile has become the main carrier for all this digital journey and creating the empowerment and creating all the market. But as every economy, every technology has its up and down. So there are, of course, some problems with digitalization also, because after COVID, it became a must situation for everyone. So those small and petty traders and corner shops who did not even have those technical know-how, they had to adopt it as real thing that they must have it. Otherwise, they don't survive. So with that compulsory layer of adoption of digital technology has put them in some sort of problem, because they don't have that ideas. So now they have to cope with all the digital security and like online marketing, and which is all those things are not, they are not aware of those things. But still, we don't have a negative view of all these things. This revolutionary feature of digitalization is creating inclusion, and this inclusion with prosperity is expanding marketing of all sorts of things, be it health, be it insurance, be it banking, be it money, be it anything. Even individuals are being exchanged from one place to another. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, Rasnaji, for inviting me. And I hope all of you like the session. Thank you once again, and have a nice day. Thanks.
Outstanding. Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar, for this amazing insights about how market inclusion can really be key to empowering. And I think the digital journey, mobile phones in the hand, can bring in the transformation that generations together have probably not seen or thought of. I think this kind of vision is amazing. We would want to have a quick question that we have is there some benchmark on the growth that you have observed across continents or countries where we imagine India to be a very, very savvy country or moving very fast? Would you want to share something about other geographies as well on the same?
Yeah, what I have seen, that see, M-Pesa is very active in Africa, and they are, I should say, they are more active and more result oriented than our Paytm also. Because I believe in India, Paytm is the best possible thing that has happened. And because it is, go to any vegetable seller also, you will see the board with QR code. So taking money. So, but M-Pesa degenerated into profit making. Of course, they are differentiating their activities. They are going into adding new activities to it, but their interest factor is so high that it is failing to create that inclusion. Even though they are percolating the rural market, but they are not able to create that inclusion because people don't want to have it. Secondly, these things are possible only if you have a mobile platform. If you don't have a mobile platform, inclusion is not there. If inclusion is not there, there is no market expansion. Now we are talking of 5G network. There they don't even have 3G network. So how can you carry that load, and how can you carry the weight of that data to be transferred from one place to another, one entity to another? So all these things have to be looked into, and that is why I always say that we have to be very, very inclusive in our working model, and it has to be a very composite model. When every activity will start integrating and interacting with each other, there will be different islands, small islands of economies, and they will then again start interacting with each other to create the larger economy. Because these small economies create the national economy. National economy is not something on its own. Small economies, small sectors, they are contributing to that. So that is the agenda which we have to plan and use, even with digital technology. Right now, digital technology is moving at a surface level, wherein we have that again, tech haves and tech don't haves. So like that situations. So we don't have to have that sort of situation, because everything technology is elitist right now. How many people you see in India? So many agricultural platforms were there. They raised money also. Now they are disappearing. So you have to have a consistent model, and you have to have a consistent, like I should say, support system for your platform. As a financial institution, I cannot always go to the market to raise capital for basic activity. You should have your own survival system by which you can survive and you can perform. So basically, these are the ideas with which I am working, and I have been working, and I think I have been getting very good connect and very good success also with that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhaskar. It's been really enlightening to understand how in the post-pandemic era, customer journey can take things to really far away distances that we had not imagined earlier. I think, thank you very much. How would people want to connect with you? I think you're all present on LinkedIn, and if associates would want to join you or something, I'm sure you're
Sure. Anytime
always
anyone
having a
can
welcoming
come.
approach.
Yeah. My presentation also had my email, phone number, LinkedIn, everything. So they can connect, and anything what I can do, I will definitely do.
For all our audience, do connect with Dr. Bhaskar. Should you be interested in joining and figuring out how can you help in market expansion. So thank you very much for your time, Dr. Bhaskar. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
We are delighted.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Bye.
We shall. Thank you, Dr. Great. I'm delighted to thank Dr. Bhaskar now and welcome our authors for the book. Pink Guava Consulting is a customer experience consulting firm led by Rinku Bharadwaj and Dr. Amrinder Kaur. Very closely associated with me. I'm also I have also contributed to the foreword of the book getting launched today, and the customer experience journey of both our beautiful ladies, Rinku and Amrinder, is something that we'd like to hear from them on. And this is going to help us understand deep into what are the changing aspects in the customer experience that we are facing in the digital era. Over to you, Rinku, and to Amrinder. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much, Rachna. Before I say anything else, I want to thank her for not only spending time writing a foreword for the book, but also being our very first customer when we started on this journey of Pink Guava Consulting Services 5 years ago. So I think this is the best way we could have commemorated our 5th anniversary with the writing of this book, which together with my partner and my friend, in all the crimes we are together, it's Dr. Amrinder Kaur. Having said that, Pink Guava Consulting Services has been on this journey for 5 years, wherein we provide consulting consulting services on customer experience management. We also are on a mission of increasing the capability in customer experience across the business workspace through our training services. So we also provide training on customer journey mapping, basics of customer experience management. Throughout this journey, I think what I wanted to address as introducing this book, which is Understanding Customer Experience Management, Driving Customer Success, is actually talk about who should read the book and why should they read the book. I think that's something that I wanted to cover because that's a big question. That there's so much about customer experience right now, which is available. Like Dr. Sindhu just said, everything is on a mobile phone, right? So why do we need to have a book? The reason is one, me and Amrinder, we are very committed to the fact that we want to create awareness around customer experience management. Throughout this journey, we realized there's a big and a huge gap in the understanding of it. When we say understanding, what we mean is there are a lot of beginners in this space because it's still an evolving space. We are still understanding it. There are a lot of myths and stereotypes which are attached to it. So for example, we say customer experience management is customer service, or we say, oh, it's the front-ending people who are interacting with customers that they need to know customer experience. But we know that customer experience management is it's a big holistic space and needs to be understood end to end for it to be successful. Even the experts that we have seen, there are experts in their space who are attached to one part of it. So for example, if we say, I'm part of digital transformation, it doesn't necessarily mean that I am a customer experience management aware person. I could know technology, but I could still miss the intricacies of customer experience management. So that is the problem, and that is a big gap that we saw in the system, in the ecosystem, and that's how we came up with our idea of coming up with this handbook, which is very simple and a basic book, which I won't say basic, it covers a complete framework, and Amrinder will talk a lot more about it, but it is a good book for us, even as starters or as experienced professionals. The people who should read the book could be the decision makers, it could be people who are in customer experience profession. But my personal recommendation, and I'm sure Amrinder is with me on this, is that anybody and everybody who is in a workspace today, whether as a professional, as a corporate professional, whatever role you are playing, you have to interact with somebody on the other side. And if you have that person on the other side, their experience matters to you in your workspace. And hence, you should know everything about customer experience management, not just for the knowledge, but also for applying it in your day-to-day work. So everyone who is in a business workspace, in a professional workspace, must pick this book or have the curiosity about this term and get to understand this more. It took us a long time. It took us a year to write this book, but it's been a great journey for us, for both of us. But what we tried at our best, what we tried the most is to write something which is understandable, and it comes from our own personal experience. We have a lot of people to thank on this journey, including Rachna. I think that's a great platform. I know you all are experts in CX, but if you are limited to one particular stream in CX, for example, you're just part of digital transformation where you are looking at a product to be implemented, still pick up a book and go through it. And if you're expert, anyway, it helps us for you to read the book. It gives us a good feedback, a good perspective. Feel free to share with us. Me and Amrinder are available on all the platforms. Go to our website, Ping Global Consulting Services. I'm personally a professional in the space for about 25 years. And both of us jointly give more than 50 years of experience together. And we come with our own personal experience in this book. So we're not established writers, but what we have definitely done is put in our knowledge on customer experience in this particular book and hope that everybody gets to understand it. But and I think I would now rather take it and move to Dr. Amrinder Kaur, and she should be able to talk to you a little bit more about what's the purpose of the book, how best it is to read and make the best use of this book. Amrinder?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Rachna, and thank you, Rinku, for passing the baton to me now. So definitely, it's a privilege. Thank you, Rachna, for giving us the platform and for the opportunity for us to talk about the book. The foreword has been by Rachna, and definitely it is enlightening for the simple reason it settles the tone how to go ahead with the book. So the idea, as Rinku spoke about, it is we did not write the book by just keeping one audience in mind. We just wrote it because we do understand that every person who is making decisions, he could be an entrepreneur, he could be a decision maker, he could be a student manager, he could be a person in the front desk who is being involved with the customer. They need to understand how customers and how they feel about it, what are the perceptions they carry about the company, their deliverables, and how it is aligning with their own need, how it is going to make a difference. So our book predominantly addresses how a company can work and grow, how it can build and grow by utilizing the different concepts, frameworks, approaches, which we have tried to engulf in the book. So the way we went ahead with the book, as Rinku spoke about, that it is definitely, we have kept it in a very simple way. We did not get into a lot of intricacies or advanced frameworks, but we have tried to cover, like for example, there could be a small startup who are just starting up with and building the things on. So what are the approaches they can take in? They cannot, take endless projects just to become more aligned with the customer. What they need to do maybe is just pick up a couple of things, couple of metrics, aligning the business objectives with maybe with the help of journey mapping, the products, the processes, the people around it. So this is the how we have worked on the book. And one thing which I definitely would want to address more is that we have tried that every concept, because obviously it's a end-to-end approach and it's a holistic way only wherein we can actually make a difference to customer experience. So we have dedicated different chapters which are aligned only one for one topic. So if you would want to understand about metrics per se, so there is a dedicated chapter and it actually takes in all the approaches, what are the kind of the metrics, at which touch point it's going to help you, at which stage you are, how you can design your journey. And how it can be aligned to your overall objectives. Or you would want to understand at which level your company is. So you would want to analyze and see what are the systems in work in your company, and where you need to actually go ahead with to become more engaged with the customers. So the whole objective of experience is definitely more engagement, because obviously the customer has endless choices, and the way and the work of the businesses is to actually provide value to the customer. So from that perspective, we have given different chapters who are aligned to a different topic. Like, for example, you would want to understand how and which are the approaches I can take for employee engagement. So you can go ahead and, work with that chapter. You would want to understand governance. What does it mean for my organization? Is my company ready for going ahead and putting up the stuff, putting up the framework systems for putting up the governance in place? So maybe you don't want to read the complete book. You can go ahead and, maybe refresh certain thoughts from the governance chapter. But definitely we will recommend you that in case you are just starting up, you are building your organization, go ahead from the first to the end. It will definitely give a lot of perspectives and ideas. We are looking forward to any feedback, any thoughts, any discussion points you have. Me and Rinku are always available on LinkedIn, and we are looking forward to more thought processes, more discussions, and that was our intent to go ahead with this book. I wish all of you a lot of good time in the conference. This has been put up very nicely. Thank you, Rashna, for that. And I think there are definitely wonderful discussions going on, and we are looking forward to it. Meanwhile, our book is also available on Amazon, so we will be sharing the information in the chat box. So surely, looking forward to any feedback, any thoughts, discussions. We should actually keep the baton on and pass it to more people, so more discussions happen, and that's how we can actually create sustainable organizations. Thank you so much, Rachna. Thanks.
Thank you, authors. It's been brilliant. And I'm sure the day today on understanding customer experience is going to go deeper and deeper. And thank you very much. I'm sure the book is up on Amazon. We'll have it also circulated amongst all our people and the audiences. Thank you, Rinku and Dr. Amrinder Kaur. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I am delighted to now present our next speaker, the one and only Mr. Prasenjit Roy, and the CMO of Entity Data Marketing. Prasenjit is a visionary, a proven leader with over 30 years of marketing experience. NASSCOM champion, has been transforming organizations with various solutions, not just cloud, but in the tech space. Prasenjit and me go back almost 20 plus years in our history of working together on various projects and campaigns. Prasenjit, with a very short description that I can give for you, I think you are the best bet. Take on, and we look forward to hearing from you on the know-how, on the customer experience for the future organizations to thrive on. Over to you, Prasenjit. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Ratna. Thank you for the kind introduction. I was wondering whether it was meant for me or not. You've been very, very lavish on your place. Thanks for inviting me. It's an honor to be here. Let me share the slides. Some problem, I'm not getting this. Can I just come again one sec?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So all our participants enjoying in the auditorium. This program is also going, and we are live on YouTube. We are live on multiple platforms. One can also log in and live stream and view us. We would be shortly getting back with Prasanjit. I think there's some issue in the slide sharing. While we are waiting for Prasanjit to set up the screen, I'll request participants to also log in while you are in the auditorium. You will have access to the lounge. You'll have access to the exhibit area. We have put up some beautiful booths there. You may log in and check out the offerings of our partners, customers, sponsors at the exhibit area. Do log in and visit the lounge exhibit, look at the information we've put up at the lobby, and that would keep you engaged and going. There are some contests that we would be announcing very shortly, all about customer experience and more. Over to you, Prasanjit.
Thank you. Is the screen visible, Rachna?
Yes, it is visible.
At last. Sorry for that glitch. Okay.
Go ahead, no problem.
Okay. Yes, so we are going to talk about CX, okay, and Rachna has set up this wonderful platform, etc. So why is CX so important in today's? What is the key thing that's making everyone talk about CX to become a buzzword and everything? I think it can be aptly summed up in the next slide, and this is what Gartner says. So Gartner says CX is so critical to business. In the coming years, 81% of business would primarily compete on the basis of enhanced CX. Gartner says that the differentiation between the products and services of different companies, be it multinationals across the globe or global firms, they will come down to a paper thin margin, and customers would decide on going for a particular product or a service based on the CX. So CX is so critical to business that is going to be the deciding and determining factor. That's why all across everyone is talking about CX and how critical is it for important to the business. Let's look at this video.
Prasanjit, I think this YouTube video is not being heard. Sorry about this.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
We tried it yesterday, but it was being heard. We did this video.
No, anyway. If you just play the link, we can paste it on the chat and we can play it. I think you can summarize it now because we have already seen.
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry for that. Basically, what the video is saying, it's talking about Generation CX. It's not talking about baby boomers or millennials or Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z. It is the customers who are omnipresent and omnipotent. It's all across us. Okay, each and every touch point is where its customers are trading across. So we need to be very, very cautious about each and every activity our business does. So if you look at the customer journey, typically earlier it was a funnel shape, okay, where we start off with a need and research, select and a purchase and end there. What has really transformed is moving to a sort of infinite loop, okay, where it's not only ending with purchase, it's going beyond that, and that is what the critical factor is. It's talking about getting absorbed in the system, talking about using the system or using the products and services. It's the BAU that matters, and what is happening in the BAU, which will determine the recommendation part, where they are not only advocates, they go beyond advocacy. I'll cover that in details in my slides. So this is the focus area, what we need to do. And I have called that out, and Rachna has also sent some communication on that. So our obsession with customers actually should be directed on the customer journey after acquisition and not on the path to purchase. What we have seen, most of the companies make the fundamental mistake. They're very, very focused and hell-bent on getting the business, getting the customer to buy, and they forget about it. It's like, it's the same Hindi, "Ghar ka murgi dal barabar." So after the customer is in, they feel the whole thing is done. But that is the biggest blunder one can do. That is when the customer is in, what you are going to do with the customer, how you are going to repeat business coming from the customer and make the customer advocate, make him into someone who can go out and be a rainmaker. Okay, we will cover that in details as we move along. So the whole thing is very important now. So if the customer behavior is shifting rapidly, as we saw in the video, and let's look at from the business point of view and B2B, okay, because that's the focus we're looking at currently right now. Some of the questions that you need to ponder, okay, and we need to find acceptable answers by the end of the session, is how important we are in the B2B world, okay, and what are the challenges that business are facing delivering great customer experience to the business customers, and finally, how can CX be delivered despite all these challenges that we have on the face of it? I think we need to understand all this with nuances in order to have an enhanced CX. So if you look at this particular star, okay, the data points for you to consider. As per the Harvard Business Review, the cost of acquiring a new customer is to the tune of 5x to 25x of retaining existing customers. If I give you an idea of IT landscape, normally the area where I come from, at least 85 to 90% of the business comes from existing customers. And despite all the investments, all the marketing, everything we do under the sun, we only get new logos around 10 to 15%. So 85% is so much skewed, and we need to focus on to retain them and grow their business. The improving customer retention is just 5% increases profit between 25% and 95%. And 86% of the customers are willing to pay more for superior customer experience. And out of this, 30 to 50% of the customers will increase purchase frequency if they receive a greater CX. And finally, what Forrester has predicted over a period of 5 years, that companies who are focused on CX delivered a CAGR of 17%, while others just delivered a 7%, a 3%. So you can imagine the difference that is coming on the CAGR if company is not focused or aligned towards customer experience. If you look at the changing landscape of CX in the B2B, we have seen that on average, B2B has an average customer experience of less than 50%, far lower than around 65 to 80% compared to B2C companies. Again, a Forrester study has predicted that 9% of the companies feel that they created a super customer experience to their competitors, and only 9%. And this represents a huge competitive opportunity for others to come in. The B2B customers are also individuals, and hence the superior CX in the B2C space is what they want to replicate in the B2B experience. 80% of the B2B buyers now expect, not wish, but expect the same buying experience as B2C customers, and which is rightfully so. Meanwhile, a quarter wants to check out that and deliver speed when they enjoy the B2C buying experience and replicate there into B2B experience. So these are the things that we need to understand the changing landscape of CX in B2B when they compare with what's happening in the B2C space. There is rarely one buyer. The average B2B transactions involves over 5 buyers. And the customer experience for each of these people can affect their likelihood to promote or block a sale, greatly increasing the complexity in the overall relationship. So the buyer and the end user are usually different people. The procurement officer is rarely the end user of the products and services they procure. The buyer and the user have very little personal connection beyond organized feedback about the product and services. And this buying process is so clinical. The drivers are very, very different compared to a B2C. So people in the B2B space have to clearly mark out that their entire strategy, their entire mapping, etc., are very different compared to a B2C. Okay, and they need to be very, very thorough in their approach and their methodology, how they go about doing this. In this B2B, the group of buyers usually has specific roles assigned to each person in the group. The accounting controls budget. The operations controls fulfillment. The IT does the integration. The C-suite makes the final decision. And the challenge for the supplier company is to present a holistic brand across all these touch points and channels. But they do it in a way that is relevant for each player. For these reasons, the B2B customer journeys tend to look at several parallel streams connecting for key decisions or use cases rather than a simple path to purchase. The B2B relationships involves long-term service agreements, subscription services, upgrades, or continuous supply of consumables. If not, then B2B customers are still viewed as accounts to be nurtured. In some cases, if you look at it, the good overall experience can overcome a mediocre product, and a poor experience can erode the advantages of a superior product. And this is, as I said before, this typically extends well beyond the time of purchase. So the journey actually starts from there, and the CMOs and the marketing leaders needs to focus beyond the point of purchase till the customer is with us and serves as an advocate and as a champion in the ecosystem. Let's look at a use case for you to understand this better. Well, FedEx is available to individual consumers and customers. The company profits mostly from its B2B revenue, delivering shipments for hundreds and thousands of businesses every day. Around a few years back, it was 12th place for the most financially successful B2B companies in the world. The company did not make this by accident. It is committed to customer experience, transparency, and very open communication. And one of the best ways any company can communicate with its customers is to close the loop or follow up with the customers to resolve issues, give support, and respond to feedback. According to a survey, companies that close the loop within 48 hours and 2 weeks sees a minimum of 5.5 increase in customer retention. This is a significant statistics given that for 85% of increased retention, companies increase their profit by a whopping 25%. And one of the key things that also comes in very handy in customer experience is the communication, both internal and external communication. And this is also one area where companies falter because they do not put that value behind communications. Having said all this, let's go to the crux. The crux is technology. And technology is such a critical component for all CX activities. You just read the top 5 emerging technologies as per Gartner. And companies, many of those companies who really have a focus on customer experience, they have now embraced experience data platforms where you get a 360-degree view of the customer's experience and the sentiment with your brand. So the technology is such deeply embedded that without technology, you cannot talk about enhanced superior CX. You really need to embrace and ensure that the technology is like a fabric that runs across the length and breadth of your organization. If I look at the EDP, and this is very critical, that's why I put a different slide. It's actually classified into 3 bins. Okay, the first one is engage, which is talking about the data ingestion, which is talking about solicited and unsolicited feedback, the operational data and observed behavior. Okay, operational data can come from CRM, ERP, or POS, and the observed behavior can be across the IoT signals that comes in, or visit patterns or events. The second bin is what you do with it. And that is where the AI and the machine learning analytics comes in. You advanced data analytics, which helps in the play of AI enable and NLP and gives you the desired outcome on which you need to act. In fact, AI is so critical that people have talked about the future of CX. Sorry for that. The AI is so critical in today's world that people are talking about the future of CX is deeply embedded in AI. Now, AI is basically the fulcrum on which everything revolves around. And the last one is the real-time action dashboards for the frontline executives as well for the C-suites. Here, the thing to note is the data that is generated because of the AI enabled, you segregate the data depending on the different executives. The CEO would receive a separate set of data, which is very different from a frontline sales manager. And that also comes with analytics and the way you set it across for people to act and based on what has been already analyzed, and so that you can take to the market and do the corrective actions. So if I want to summarize the technology play, okay, it's coming across in 4 key areas. The customer engagement, which comes to social service and the conversations that's happening. Second is the experience, the system of records that we need to have, the profile of the customer, the segments, the journey analytics. Third is the employee engagement, okay? And this is very, very important because I'll cover that subsequently, how EX is very well integrated with CX, okay? You cannot afford to leave out the EX part of it. And lastly, as I talked about AI, the fulcrum of everything that revolves around, it helps you in predictive analytics, helps you in the next course of action. It helps you in terms of targeting and getting to the root cause of where you feel the things are not well aligned and you need to break it. I spoke about EX and I spoke about why this is very, very critical. What about the experience of those who keep the business in business? Your employees. They're the one who are running the show. In fact, your customer experience actually begins from the inside out with your employees. Again, an area where I've seen a lot of companies falter. Okay, they are so much focused and hell-bent on the CX that they do this without or neglecting the EX and at their own peril. Facing organizations put more focus on energy and the employees' experience, empowering them to work efficiently and very, very effectively. If you do not do so, they disengage and unhappy employees, drag down the morale, productivity, and even the bottom line. What will organizations do? To create a culture that empowers communication and enables collaboration. Celebrate and connect with the employees regularly. As we have seen earlier slides, we have seen the surveys that needs to be done to find out your CX and NPS exactly in the same way, or maybe in a much more pronounced way. You need to do the surveys to find out what's your eNPS score. What is your employee survey talking about? And this eNPS has a direct bearing on your NPS score. So you have to ensure that your employee experience is absolutely top class, and your all the employees are highly motivated, charged. Okay. Now let's look at the super CX journey, which is very, very important. So if you're looking at planning and implementing a super CX journey in your organizations, this is very, very critical. CX has some challenges. Let us be very, very open and frank about it. But we need to find ways to overcome them. And let's look at the main pillars of CX in the B2B space, which is the commitment, relevance, transparency, responsiveness, proactiveness, evolution, and forecast. I'll cover that quickly, but if you have an understanding of what the pillars I'm talking about. So when I'm talking about commitment and consistency, this is being enthusiastic about satisfying customers and making them feel valued. This is about providing an omni-channel experience. Customers interact with companies through multiple channels, often to solve the same problem. Are you providing the same amount of experience? Are you there in the same measures in the online, the physical stores, in your social media, etc.? Are you ensuring that it's absolutely seamless and of the same and high class quality? Companies need to be absolutely aware of all these things. You want to create an online portal, smartphone apps, tablet apps that allow collect information on customers and provide complete view of the entire customer activity. Not only do you get this, you need to analyze that as we've discussed in the previous slides. And as I said before, the customer experience starts with employee experience. When they are engaged and empowered, they provide a better service for customers to go above and beyond and build the great experiences that we're talking about. The next pillar we're talking about is fulfillment and relevance. Again, understanding and delivering on customer needs, easier said and then done. Customer demands are frequently diverse and increasingly demanding. They want more customized stuff, more cost effective, quicker. Make sure the experience you offer to your customers is relevant with them. What do they need? What do they expect? How do they want to communicate, shop, and interact with you? How do you want to access information? All these things need to be answered, and companies need to have a strategy in place for that. And B2B companies are generally more successful when they gain an understanding of a specific customer's most pressing issues and needs from the outset. Determining that the problem is important enough for the customer will commit to a solution. And from their design solutions that will gain consistency across the customer's buying group. And we do this very often. We find out what is the problem area. We find out what is the critical need in the industry. Then go back to the drawing board, design particular service or offerings that will actually address that particular problem. Okay, that's outside in them rather than working from inside out approach. The third pillar, seamless and transparency. Across virtually all B2B markets, a top driver of overall satisfaction and loyalty is the ease of doing business. Seamlessness is synonymous with simple, convenient, and hassle-free. Remove frictions such as order errors, set the right expectations to avoid disappointments or nasty surprises. You have to build trust in each and every interaction. Acknowledge mistakes and be open about it and how you're handling them. Everyone makes mistakes. It's nothing to be shameful about making mistakes. But the point what the customers would like to know is whether you're acknowledging it and how quickly are you resolving it. Provide access to inventory levels, order statuses, and other changing information in real time whenever possible. And keep the promises you made. This is very, very important. If you've committed something, you've made a promise, by Joe, go all out and ensure that you keep that. Because customers do not forget such promises that are not kept. Let's look at responsiveness. 36% of the customers want efficiency in the purchase process. 43% want quick resolution to a problem, and 37% show speed and responsiveness. So the key things are timely response, delivery, and resolution. A game changer here could be to offer self-service that really works. And we have done that. I'll just give an example. So we are into an IT infrastructure services ICT business, okay? And we have customers who spans across our data centers, our clouds, our networks, our security, our managed services, everyone. Obviously, any company typically across the globe would work across a fixed time, okay? It's at the 9 to 6, and maybe 5 or 6 days a week. What happened to the customers who want to interact with you beyond the business hours? What happened to customers who want to interact at the leisure time over the weekends? What do you do with them? You cannot say to them, we are closed and come back. That's not a superior customer experience we're talking about. They may not register a complaint because your office is closed, but they will not take it lying down. Okay, they will look at someone who can offer them a 24/7. That is why the portals comes in. That is why you give these customers a credentials. They can come in. They do not interact with any customer, any employee of the organizations. They can go into the portals. They have different widgets. You can find out what services they're using. They want to raise tickets. They can do that. They want to check the status of the devices or any particular service offerings. They want to add on or register for a new service offering. Everything they can do in the portal without any intervention of any employee or without adhering to timelines when the business is open. This is what customer experience is all about. They love that. You're giving over the control and the reins to the customer, and this is frictionless customer experience. And by doing that, you're freeing up time of the employees to respond to issues that cannot be resolved through self-service. You're making a win-win scenario, and you're doing the employee experience issue also, giving them time and giving the customers what they want. Let's look at the next pillar, which is proactiveness and speed. Proactive companies are those capable of anticipating customer needs and desires that strive to resolve issues before fulfilling the customers or addressing the customer's pain. It is easier for companies to be proactive if they're good at fulfilling the customer needs and can foresee potential customer needs and pain points. And time is of greatest resource. As we become accustomed to getting everything faster, instant responses, real times, updates, same day, and even next hour delivery, as we have been witnessing in our lives, they offer a very fast and efficient B2B customer journey, is what we can help companies get ahead. So we are talking about in the B2B space also in the different resolution times. And the fastest one I was seeing in some of the matrices was acknowledging and giving a feedback in less than 5 seconds. So the SLA is within 5 seconds, you have to acknowledge and go back to the customer and say, yes, we have received your stuff, we are working on it. That is what they need. The next pillar is evaluation. So continually seeking to improve the B2B customer experience, review it. There's nothing called a strategy which is set in stone. Everything has to be evolving, it's dynamic. Then customer needs, behaviors, and attitudes can change anytime, as can threats from competition and influences such as technology and legislation. We need to react. And the more receptive companies to evolution are those that are agile, open to applying design thinking and to the customer experience, which is for the reinvent we're talking about. And finally, those willing to reinvent how customers interact with the company to re-engineer and transform the customer journey, the redesign aspect. So it's an entire journey of review, react, reinvent, and redesign. You need to be in this loop. It is not a static where you have implemented the strategy and you think everything is working fine. This is a continuous evolving journey. sell experiences. There's a famous saying, customers do not buy products or services, they buy experiences. 70% of the customers are willing to spend more with companies that provide greater customer support and experience. And the average B2B customer uses 6 different channels. Yes, 6, such as in-person reps and e-commerce sites, and talking on social media with their peers over the course of decision-making journey. So you need to be cognizant that they're not doing any one, but they're having at least 6 different channels. And it has been also, as per a study, 1/3 of the customers said they will stop doing business with a brand they love, even after one bad experience. It's a huge colossal loss, the amount of customer base that you have built up. If something goes wrong, there's a threat of losing 1/3 of your customer base. So everyone will have sleepless nights. So in an experience economy, savvy B2B suppliers sell an experience and outcomes. They don't sell any products. And we need to be thinking of that on those lines. At the end of the day, if the experience doesn't better to their palate, we may have lost everything that we built up at the time. So if you're talking about a CX transformation, let's look at the 3 building blocks. Good CX aspiration delivers on company purpose and brand promise. Companies then translate that aspiration into an expected business value by defining specific changes in customer behavior they expect to see. While executives often successfully develop comprehensive CX transformation roadmaps, many fall into the trap of implemented business as usual programs to execute the need of the change. These companies create agile, cross-functional teams that have true ownership of their projects, deep technology expertise, and a culture of design thinking and continuous improvement. Leaders who have successfully implemented new experiences for their customers sustain the changes by building new capabilities. The greatest sustained impact in customer experience outcomes from bringing together the 3 building blocks. Customer experience is a competitive advantage in the new normal. Only by committing into a 3 building blocks of a CX transformation, companies can expect to emerge from a crisis with a sustainable advantage over their competitors. You need to understand these 3 building blocks are very, very paramount and critical to any business. So it's about how you transform the business, how you enable the transformation, and to build aspiration and purpose in order to kickstart the entire process. If I look at what McKinsey has predicted, they estimate that improvements in customer experience can reduce churn by 10 to 15%. Churn is one that I talked about, the sleepless nights that people have. Companies are grappling with the problem. No one has got a eureka solution to this. Increase the win rate by 20 to 40%. Phenomenal. Lower cost to serve by 50%. Increase CX scores by 10 to 15% and impact revenue growth by around 10%. All these are very, very, very critical for any business leader. Your eyes will pop out when you look at this particular statistics. What improved CX can do, enhanced CX can do, and why CX is so critical in today's business. Let's look at what companies are doing. So as I said, it's not only ending with just getting the customer or making the customer a brand advocate. It is beyond that. Companies are looking at how to make the customers be a part of their journey, how to make the customers, along with the customers, create co-innovation labs, where you basically have a effective measure for better guide for clients and prospects, to foster collaboration and co-optation, to gauge the trends better. In one of my previous IT companies that I've worked, and it was, I won't name the company, we were working with a major telecom provider in Europe. And the relationship went down to such deep levels that we were on the board of that particular customer. We were there deciding and talking out the strategy for that customer, where he needs to spend his money, which are the areas he needs to go in, which markets he needs to go in. So it was no longer a vendor or a provider relationship. We were deeply embedded in the strategy. Okay, that is where you work with the customer in such a way. And one of the advantage of this, that you retain the customer for good. There's no question of churn coming in because you are now an integral part of the customer's journey. That's one of the positive side effects of this. The other thing that comes out is a customer advisory board. 2 companies are already doing this, and this is what the future is going to be, where you work with the customers and you form a particular advisory board. You discuss about issues which are topical. You talk about issues that are around the corner. You do a crystal ball raising. You find out what is going to be the trend, what is going to be any of the potential danger marks around 2 to 3 years, 5 years down the line. What are the steps we need to take, all that. So here also customers come in and discuss. It's a forum where they share their experiences, People share their knowledge about what the future is going to be, and they take corrective measures. Though business is not at all spoken in this, it has been seen that it results in a bit of sales to the provider. And the other benefits that comes out of this is your innovation, the loyalty, the market intelligence and market research, because you are getting it right from the grassroots. You're getting from the customers. They're talking about what's happening in the marketplace. They're giving you a sniff of what's going to happen 3 to 5 years down the line. So this is also very well embedded in the strategy of our companies, where CX is so deeply embedded that they look at means of engaging with customers, be it you're talking about the co-innovation lab, be it in the customer advisory board. And one of the things that I also spoke about earlier is basically how you are going to create from customer advocacy to rainmakers. So basically, customer advocates are the ones who talk about your service and offerings in the marketplace. And the relationship you build up with them over the years finally transform into them being rainmakers. They are the ones who can guide you that which is the potential segment and area you need to be. They can guide you where they see a latent demand coming up in 1 or 2 years, and you take effective measures to prepare yourself for the latent demand. Now, if you're not deeply clued into all the signals and all this customer advocates, you will miss the bus. Because if you are reacting to it when everything has happened, you are way down the line to the people who have already taken steps to meet that particular demand head on. So that's why it's so critical of business to be always one step ahead rather than be a laggard and follow the mass. If I need to summarize this, it is the differentiator for business in years to come, as has been called out by Gartner. And the hyper-personalization is the key in terms of doing your upward and cross-selling in the business. You need to invest in the deeper CX engagement that I spoke about. You need to be deeply embedded across the fabric of the customer segment. Okay, you need to be ensuring that you are with them. You are part of the tribe. That's what companies need to do if they're looking at a future of CX, which is much more deeper, pronounced, and really effective. So that's in a nutshell. I have covered it. I know I have taken a bit more time. If there are any questions, I can happily answer right now, or I've given my coordinates below. I'm more than happy to connect and look at any of the issues of questions we have and be a part of the community. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Prasenjit, thank you so very much for this amazing insights on the CX generation that we are leading into. I think lesser said than done. The more we understand about the experience economy, the more we'll have to go deeper into it. So having heard you, I think it opens on a completely new dimension to think through on marketing strategies going forward for both the B2B organizations and the B2C organizations. That CX is so crucial, and it's great that we all are here discussing the subject in depth, and we hope to come up with some really innovative ideas that can be further published and taken over to organizations globally. Should you have any more questions? I have a quick question, which I think the audience would also want to know. Prasenjit, is there a starting point in this journey on the experience economy? Where and how does one start? Because I think where someone is in the mix and he wants to make a beginning, he or she, on the customer experience, the organization, how and when can they start the journey? Some quick dope on it.
The first thing as charity begins at home, look inwards, take care of your employees. If the employees are your greatest assets, and this is a fundamental mistake companies don't do. Now, if your employees are taken care of, they will go all out to ensure superior CX. Okay, half the battle is going to be won if you have an enhanced CX. And unfortunately, I'll give you some stats which are not very happy. I've seen companies who have got a very good CX, but when they do and go to NPS, I don't know how they got it, but when they did their eNPS score, which was poor and abysmally low. So it's like building your castle in the sand. You're not going to sustain and thrive for long if your eNPS score is very, very poor. So take care of your employees, make them your brand advocates. They will go out of the way to at least give you the head push and the catalyst that you need to drive your sales team.
That quite answers, I think so. The experience economy is driven by the employee experience economy primarily, till we then translate that into the customer at the core. Lovely. Any other questions we would want to hear from other participants and panelists? If we have any more questions from the audience. Honey, would you like
I had a question.
Sure.
So I understand customer experience. I do come from that space. I've been there for 15 years. But I wanted to ask you, Prasanjit, you've just shared, obviously, like a plethora of information. And I think it's very holistic in terms of where all customer experience can sit. But why haven't we seen a role called Chief of Customer Experience or a Chief Customer Experience Officer evolve in organizations as a horizontal and a vertical yet?
I would slightly tweak the question. I won't agree with, we have not seen. We have seen in some organizations. Okay, and but no, it's like your the curve. You have this early adopters, innovators, early majority, late majority. So companies like, unfortunately, I have worked in some companies with IT services, from I won't name it. They had a customer experience officer at least 7 years back or 8 years back. Okay, but as I said, the mentality, the psyche of Indian companies mostly are that I need profit, I need my margins, okay, and to show to my stakeholders, go for your NPS score. How do they do it? You know, everyone knows, and then they close the chapter there. So this is not sustainable. This is not going to work in the long run. Okay, but at least a lot of companies are realizing this. This is not something where you can cover it up in a second. You really need to have deep, pronounced way of working with it. And that's why often late I have seen companies who are doing this ENPS and EX in a much greater measure.
Absolutely. Thank you for that answer. I'd love to connect with you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Okay, one question I also have, Prasanjit, for you. What do you think is the biggest challenge in future for CX? Because since we are seeing this space, obviously in India and definitely worldwide, there is a lot of transformation, lot of evolution happening in the space itself, how it is being integrated in the whole way organization are sustaining. So I just wanted to understand, what is your perspective in the future as we're going further? What could be the biggest challenge? As of now, I see a lot of awareness has to build it. The frameworks has to get in the part of the organization. So what do you think? So definitely looking forward to your.
So I'll give you my perspective, which is, see, we have technology I talked about, we have AI, etc. We have doing the data analytics, etc. We have Medallion and all those platforms. But two things I see. One is, have we really made insights out of the data, okay, and really converted that into action? Okay, I see a gap there. Okay, we do till the, not the last mile, but to one way before the last mile. Okay. So that is where I see things are still a gap and falling through the cracks. And the second one, which I feel is N is equal to 1. The hyper-personalization that we talk about is a buzzword, but have we gone down to the core? Okay, do we know each and every one? Okay, and cater to the needs? I think on slides where it's fine, but in business we are still far away from that.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the reason. But definitely, congratulations to you for the wonderful and the holistic presentation. And it was definitely adding a lot of other perspectives. Thank you.
Rachna, I just want to add to what Honey asked as a question. And Prasanjit, you rightly said that the role does exist in a lot of different ways and shapes and in different names. And that's one of the reasons why we came up with the book. And the question is also addressed slightly in the book also that Honey posted. I think the biggest gap that we see is that leaders are confused how to define the role. They all have their CX raw materials available, but when they want to place a person out there as a CX person, they don't know how to define it because they're so confused. So what we have seen in our personal experiences, a senior marketing person will be posted as a CX person, or a customer service head would be a customer success person. So there's, I think, a lot of confusion, and that's where we need the leadership to understand that customer experience is not just about applying technology. It's about understanding the nuances, basics, and then establishing this role. But Honey, it's a great question. We need to put, as CX community, we need to address this because it needs so much of focus and attention that you've got to have this as a vertical standing in the organization. But yes, very delicately and carefully addressed, because I think otherwise it can create a lot of confusion too, because it does overlap with different functions.
Absolutely. In fact, overlaps across. In fact, I'll just give one example to sum it up. So I was attending one seminar by Professor Ramcharan, and he gave this beautiful example. He says, in the airline industry, suppose you've decided to travel somewhere, okay? So the moment you decided to travel somewhere until the point you landed up, and if I look at the airline industry, do you guys know that there are 42 touch points? 42 touch points is like 42 links in the chain.
Yeah.
One of them snaps, the CX goes for a toss.
Absolutely.
So across the organization, everyone plays a role in the CX. Now to answer the question of Honey is, you cannot get one person who knows end to end of the organization. It's impossible. Okay, you take someone from sales and marketing, others in the delivery say, hey, you're not covering us. If you take a technical guy, he says, you don't understand this front part of it. So, it's difficult for that person alone to manage it. Everyone needs to contribute towards the better cause.
Absolutely agree.
Thank you. Thanks for the questions. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. I think we are heading into some, thank you, Prasanjit, for the wonderful insights and the presentation with great questions from our panelists. I think we are heading into really recrafting or maybe recreating the role of CX leader in our organizations, maybe the future organizations. I'm now delighted to present our next speaker, Honey Bajaj. Honey Bajaj is a design and a CX specialist with amazing background, having spent years at the Stanford. Honey is a champion in customer experience design strategy, because I think while we have understood the various nuances on managing customer, understanding customer, the strategies that will enable for efficient customer experiences, we would love to hear from Honey now over how the design element or the UI or the UX exactly plays a key role in making the customer journey efficient. Honey, is that what summarizes some of your skills? And over to you to take it on from there. So listening, over to you. Honey, go for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachna. Thank you for having me here today. I think we've heard very, very interesting insights since the day started today, from Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar to how, he mentioned about how many, organizations can make themselves sustainable, right? It also has to do with customer experience, right? If people like your product, they will come back to it, right? We heard from Prasanjit on what is customer experience holistically, right? But I want to ask a very simple question to the audience today. Who is a customer? If you all can type on the chat. Who is a customer?
Who is the customer?
Who is a customer?
So customer buys your service or pays for your products or is a paying
customer. Is a human being at the end of the day, right? Yeah. Over the years, we've termed the word user, customer, etc., vendor. But ultimately, it's a human being on the other side. There is an aspect to behavior. There's an aspect to emotion, right? There's an aspect to how the person derives the organization. The product is not separated from the perception and the experience of the product. And that is what customer experience is. Like today, Prasanjit just gave an example right now of travel, right? There are 42 touch points. But has travel looked at it merely from a barter system that, okay, I want to buy a ticket, let me go buy a ticket and I come back. But he talked about hyper-personalization, right? Have we gotten there? Today, suppose I'm buying outfits from Amazon. They know that probably I'm 6 feet tall. And Amazon flights, when I go and book my air ticket from them, why do I even be given a middle seat? I should be given an aisle seat, right? If I'm 6 feet tall. So that's hyper-personalization. That's what makes me happy. That means that the brand has gone a step ahead. But I want to step back a little. In today's digital age, we suddenly started talking about customer experience because of Apple and Amazon. But it has always existed. And how do we really start understanding people? How do we really start understanding users? And what does it take for us to satisfy not the NPS score, but the users? And, for a company, you might have met the checklist of the NPS score. But for a user, has it really been a satisfactory experience? So I've actually put together 3 videos. One which will show you the user's frustration. The second of how in today's day and age, because others talked a lot about business and management piece. The second video also talks about a little bit of design thinking and how do we draw insights from our customers or users or people who we actually build things for, and how do you build those things by engaging with them at a very early stage and fail fast and fail early for a better customer experience. And the third piece in it, which is actually going to talk about, I talk about it as the 5 R's of customer experience, and how you and your organization can use those 5 R's to truly empower each aspect of your business and each vertical of your business for a better customer experience. Can I request the Media Value Works team to play the video?
Sure. Yeah, we'll just play this. I'm sharing my screen. One second. It's posted here on the chat. I'm just playing it from here. Can you see my screen now?
No, we can't.
One second. It's playing actually. One second, sorry. Sorry, one second. I want to share.
All operators are busy at this time. Please hold.
I cannot see your screen now.
Chapter 2.
Sir, that's not our fault. You really should read the terms and conditions.
Chapter
Sorry,
3.
this is playing, yeah.
Chapter 4.
Thank you for calling our customer service line. Please enter your account number now.
Customer service. Sir, you need to give me your account number before I can help you.
In these scenarios, believe it or not, the customer's problem was finally solved, and the company's internal data shows that these interactions are successful. The fact is, although the company fixed the problem, the customer wasn't happy. The company lost sight of a critical component of the experience: emotion. Neglecting emotion happens all too often. According to the 2015 Temkin Experience Ratings, across 20 industries, emotion is the lowest scoring component of customer experience. So let's try this again.
Sir, I'm so sorry you're having this issue. I know how frustrating it must be. I'll help you solve this and make sure everything gets taken care of. That's what I'm here for.
In this scenario, wait a minute. Why am I still talking like this?
In this scenario, the representative acted in a way that created a positive emotional experience for the customer. Even the most dire situations present an opportunity to focus on a customer's emotional experience. But most companies don't think enough about it. They should. A positive emotional experience is not only better for the customer, it's better for the company. How a customer feels about an interaction is the most significant driver of customer loyalty. Compared with customers who have a poor emotional experience, those with a positive one are more than 6 times as likely to purchase again, more than 12 times as likely to recommend the company, and more than 5 times as likely to forgive the company's mistakes. Not everyone is missing the boat. In fact, these guys are industry leaders in the Temkin emotion ratings.
In summary, if your customers happen to be robots, well, you have nothing to worry about.
But if your customers are human, then you need to care about their emotions.
To improve customer experience, let's talk about design thinking. Most of the times when companies set strategy, they often stumble. Either they collect a lot of backward-looking data, which does not tell them what the future customers really want, or they make risky bets based on instincts versus evidence. Design thinking is a strategy-making process that avoids these mistakes by applying tools from the world of design and shifting the focus to human behavior. Popularized by David Kelly, Tim Brown, and Roger Martin in the past, design thinking has 3 major stages. First, invent a future. Form a few theories about what customers might want but do not have by putting yourself in their lives. Instead of polling them about services or products, observe and ask questions about their behavior. Next, test your ideas out. Use iterative prototyping with good enough products or prototypes to conduct few experiments to see how customer responds. Adjust the product and the pricing or the positioning accordingly. Finally, bring the new product or service to life. When you've got a winner, identify the activities, capabilities, and resources your company will need to actually produce, distribute, and sell it. For example, when senior managers at Procter & Gamble wanted to turn around the skincare brand Olay, they began by observing shoppers in both mass retail channels and high-end departmental stores. They realized that their industry primarily focused on women above 50, while pretty much ignoring people between 30s and 40s who had other issues. This was a huge market opportunity. So P&G experimented with new formulas that would tackle multiple skincare goals and tested different prototypes at different price points. Finally, the company launched a series of new premium yet broadly distributed products that were well received by a wide range of customers. By using imaginative human-centered problem solving, design thinking can help us unlock new markets and identify new strategies. Over the years, I've used design thinking to build products for impact, to empower the user, and to collaborate with them to build products that matter and bring a change in their lives. Today I will showcase 2 case studies from my projects. Let's watch the first project.
As I watch my child sleep, I feel a sense of inner peace. I will do everything to protect him, and I want to always be there to give him unconditional love.
Every day, he teaches me something new, and together, we share many special moments.
But the day my child was born, the only thing I wanted was to help her live.
One of the biggest problems these babies face is staying warm. This is the primary function of an incubator, but traditional incubators cost thousands of dollars and require a constant supply of electricity. As a result, parents in rural areas resort to desperate measures to care for their babies, including tying hot water bottles around the babies, placing them under light bulbs, or holding them over hot coals. The Embrace Infant Warmer is a simple solution to this problem. Embrace consists of 3 parts: a sleeping bag, a heater, and a pouch of phase change material. Once heated, the phase change material is placed into a compartment in the sleeping bag and can maintain a constant temperature of 37 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit over the next 4 to 6 hours. The product stays warm without electricity. It is safe and intuitive to use, easy to clean, portable, and allows close mother-to-child interaction. Embrace's mission is to give every infant a chance for a healthy life. Every child deserves the opportunity to live, to grow, to dream. Please support us.
Because I believe in the act of showing versus saying, the next video will take you through the journey of building products for deaf and hard of hearing people. By immersing ourselves in their environment, by inventing solutions that matter, and going and testing with them if what we built was right. I hope you enjoy the video.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
We live in a world built for people who hear.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Live from NPR.
My name is Martha O'Brien. I work at the Horace Mann School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing in Boston. Hi, I'm John Wilcox. I'm a teacher here at the Horace Mann School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I teach financial literacy.
So I'm Dhruv Jain, and I was really born, brought up, and ruined in Delhi, India. And before I came over here, I spent a lot of time designing technology for people with disability.
So when I was young, I used to go to camp in Iowa. And I was prone to tornadoes. And we would go to the basement whenever there was a tornado warning, and hearing people would tell us to go to the basement because deaf people couldn't hear the sound alarm. I remember later going to the mall with my friends, and I asked them, as a deaf person, how do you know there's a tornado warning that you need to go to the basement? What do you do? And they said, I don't know, just watch people, and if they're all going down, then you follow. It was an electrical problem, and people had to evacuate. I said, I didn't know, I had no idea. So there was an announcement, but I couldn't hear it. So I felt like a fool walking out of there all alone, but wow, that was a very strange feeling.
So I tried to explain it to the professor. I couldn't hear that, I couldn't hear that the exam was over. So he said, I know that you have a hearing loss, but you take advantage of the fact that you have a hearing loss. So that was very, very, did you get what I'm trying to say? That was very, very demotivating. I mean, I wasn't trying to, it was really hard for me to listen, and he was thinking that I'm taking advantage of the fact that I have a hearing loss and I'm writing more paper.
I felt like a fool. I just felt like a fool because I was the only one there. Probably everybody was thinking, what the heck is wrong with you? Why are you the last guy to leave the building?
There was an announcement that I decided not to move the cop today, but it's going to go next day. But I couldn't hear that, and that's why I had to wait for the whole night in the airport in the anticipation that the flight would actually fly someday. But I could have asked somebody, but that is embarrassing, for me to go ahead to go up to somebody and ask questions about that. So.
I wanted to say I was mad, but I wasn't mad. I was really just shocked, and I started really worrying about what if something really did happen. I think it was just a malfunction and the alarm went off, but still, if it was a real fire, it's worrisome. What would I have done? Well, in the deaf community, we actually have a term called deaf gain. So deaf gain means what we use every day that hearing people can benefit from as well.
My name is Charlotte Corbett, and I'm the technology specialist for the school, the Horace Mann School for the Deaf. I come to this through, well, I tell people my whole life has been part of technology. My first words were flashing lights in sign language. I said that at the age of 6 months old, because both my parents are deaf. And you, this young man out of nowhere, what are you doing? And I turned to you and you introduced yourself. And I thought, what perfect timing. You know, this is what we're exploring, we're looking into. Your product is exciting from what I saw at the last iteration because work simultaneously. It's, someone pulls the fire alarm, a fire alert goes off immediately. There's no lag time. There's nobody who had to be in the office at the time.
It's like we're talking about trying to make the world touchable. But the world won't be touchable unless you actually started treating everyone as one.
That would be phenomenal. It really would be great. Next October, I'm going to New Orleans with my mother, and all this talk about safety and things like that got me wondering. I will definitely be looking into it when we go to New Orleans.
What is customer experience, and what will it take for TCP app to create a truly remarkable experience for our customers? For me, it's all about investing in the right areas, guided by the 5 words starting with the letter R. Our planning and evaluation of customer experience efforts can become as easy as this. 5 R's. Relevance. Does engaging on the TCP app impact the customer in a direct and a personal way that is relevant to them? Specifically, relevant experiences go beyond transaction. They touch the customers at an emotional level. Relevant, contextual, and meaningful experiences will make our customers feel good about transacting on the app. Recall. Just because an experience is relevant doesn't mean that it will stand out in the minds of our customers. We need to determine if the customer will recall the experience an hour, a day, a week, or even a month later, just because experiences have the potential to impact loyalty and retention. If they don't even remember the experience, there is no way it can impact how they feel about our brand or our application. Rate. Can the experiences and engagement be measured? In today's day and age, we call them ratings. Can we gauge the effectiveness in a way that measures the impact? Whether we use quantitative data like retention rates, revenue increases, and customer satisfaction index, or qualitative data like the voice of the customer in open-ended comments, it must be insightful, shareable, and actionable. We must be able to prove the value of our investments. What happens after we create an experience which is relevant, which has a recall and can be rated? Again and again, customers return back to our platform. They engage with us, they have a positive feeling with the brand, and they will share it with their friends and family, along with the social network and more. Today, most successful companies have learned that it's just not enough to create relevant content. Creating relevant and recallable experiences, one can be able to tie them to business measures, which is the key to create potential advocates and achieve long-term business success and highly engaging customers. Relationship and retention. We all know today's customers are savvy, armed with product pricing information as well as ratings and reviews. But their expectation is higher than ever. They want something more, something that is harder to quantify, but nonetheless vital. They want a connection, a relationship with the brand. They want to be understood by the brand and vice versa. They want to buy brands that they trust. So maintaining a positive, fulfilling relationship means going beyond basic transactions. Every time we or our colleagues interact with our customers, we will have an opportunity to create human moments that matter to the TCP app. When people do shop with us, we become an integral part of their personal experience. We get to know them not as numbers, but as human beings. Starting by gathering and sharing insights collected through social media research, surveys, calls, and comments. So the 5 R's for me are relevance, recall, rate, relationship, and retention. The feel-good power of empathy can't be underestimated when it comes to customer experience. It's the bond between the organization and our customers that we will create. Every one of our interactions becomes a human-to-human moment rather than an employee to a customer engagement. Just think of the impact that our customer and a company will be able to have if we use this lens in each phase of our product journey. Thank you everyone who joined the session today, and Media Value Works Digital Communication Agency and Rachna Chaudhary for the opportunity. Let's open the floor for questions.
Hello, everyone. I know it was a long video, but rather than showing your presentations, jargons, methods, processes, which you can, also find on YouTube, Google, and I think it has been very, very well addressed this morning. I wanted to show you all examples of how do you really begin from a customer lens, or how do you really bring customer at the center and build your product, your service, your opportunity, even for your business around it. So if you all have any questions, happy to answer that.
Coming back.
Also, something that I'd like to address while Archana's coming back, while in the previous session, we were discussing about, where is CX headed? And I feel this is one role in the world where we can't look for a leader who is an expert. We need to look at somebody who's a generalist, who understands tech, who comes from an empathy perspective, but understands consumer psychology, comes with an understanding of cognitive behavior, and is able to build a team or a lab that sits horizontal across your organizations. Because I don't think so customer experience is a field anymore. It's almost like, it's like salt, right? It needs to get mixed in water and not be visible. So it needs to sit across your organization. And in fact, one of the things that, which addressed in the previous session was data, right? That how do companies address customer experience today, right? They look at NPS score, they look at, okay, how many click-through rates were there in digital, right? But that's not how a customer sees it. He doesn't see, I visited Amazon or I visited a website 50 times. That's not, does he count as an experience? He counts his experience as, I went there to do something. Was my problem resolved? Did I get what I want? And did it happen seamlessly? That might take 1 click, that might take 50 clicks. That's not what a user remembers. Can you guys remember how many times you'll scroll through Instagram? No, right? But it's just that experience, it's that habit. So we need to understand that how even data starts to project for practitioners. We need to stop looking at only data analytics, which are just numbers. We need to start building the dashboards of the future. CXOs, not only CXOs, like how we use Word every day, using data to understand the customer needs to become an aspect of every employee's journey in a digital organization. There needs to be the future of dashboards, which is called, what is the customer journey looking like, right, end to end? What is the business ops looking like? And then whether it's your marketing decisions, whether it's your design decisions, whether it's your product features, whether it's your customer service, or whether it's your post-purchase engagement journeys, needs to be influenced by those experiences. That's it. If you all have any further questions, I'm sure there's a lot of gyan out there that you all can take, but I just want to...
Honey, thank you so very much for this. So much of information and so well put and so much in a concise manner. But tell me, there's one thing which the audience is also putting out. Can you tell us little about the digital journey and how we are losing customers in the digital journey in today's day and age? Can you highlight something over there?
Sure. So what is happening is people are perceiving that a brand touch point is only on social listening. If you look at most of the organizations, they will say that, okay, on social media, how are people interacting? There is an entire world which is outside social media. Is your target audience sitting on social media? Is your target audience even sitting on Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, LinkedIn? Where is that audience, right? And are they not already overwhelmed? It's high time brands start understanding what are your touch points of engagement. For example, like Prasanjit said, right? Travel has 42 touch points. How many times do you open an Amazon box? I'll just give you an example. And how many times do you run finding here and there for a scissor in your house? You open the box. That's the customer experience. There is a solution out there. I wish I could show you all right now. If you give me a second. There's an organization that is working on that piece of experience, right? Actually, I'll just explain it to you all. They've put a thread in between with the sellotape. So when you pull the thread, it just cuts across. And you don't need a scissor or anything to open the box. And that's an experience, right? That anxiety, that immediate satisfaction that the person is going to remember. In the digital journey, somehow people have started to only focus on digital. People have forgotten the omni-channel experience. People have forgotten the power of a customer coming back. People have forgotten that if somebody is coming and giving a bad review, okay, if you have 100 customers and 30 customers are complaining on giving you a bad review on Google or on Zomato or on a social media page, it's because 70 are having a good experience. Tell me the last time when you had a good experience and you went back and gave a review. Brands aren't understanding that part. And the comments that people are getting of negative experience, people are not realizing that's your opportunity to not just satisfy the customer by giving them vouchers, points, etc., but an opportunity to improve and move further. So that's the reason brands are losing touch with their existing customers, because that 70% who's not commenting was happy with your experience. But you're not moving forward to curate a better experience and improve their journey or have them come back. As I explained in the 5 hours, Rachna, the reason why we are losing is we are only focusing, am I relevant to the customer? How much are you working on the recall factor with the customer? How many times have you looked at your customer beyond a rating? How many times have you looked at what are the other avatars of your customer? For example, Amazon might perceive Honey Bajaj as a mother because probably she gets delivered diapers every 3 months on a subscription. But for Netflix, with the kind of content that I consume, they will not even consider me as a mother in a target audience. So I think even the way, because of just siloed digital information, people are bucketing their consumers is very, very narrow. So soon we start gamifying it. I think Myntra has started to do it at some level. When you actually buy a product, at the end of your purchase, it'll ask you, was this product for yourself or for a friend? Right? The way we need to start asking these survey questions needs to change for it to be engaging, for it to be interactive, and not like, okay, how was your experience? Give a 5-star. What does that 5-star mean today? It means nothing. Somebody will just give you because he doesn't want to engage. Somebody will give it to you because, he just thinks, let me just get done with it. How many people genuinely actually experience a 5-star and then give it? So I think we need to move categorizing brands beyond that.
Excuse me for interjecting. What I feel that, of course, I'm a votary of digital world and digital communication and digital transactions, but I still feel that digital technology and world is totally agnostic to human feelings and emotions.
Absolutely.
They don't have any concern and any respect for that. But if we can have some sort of mix, like, again, I will come back to my own experimentation with all this. In BranchX, if you see that, branchx.io, number one, it is a theme-based banking, neo-banking. So we have created a Genie model and how wellness and all that is connected to Genie, fulfillment of wish and all that. So that type of scenario is created with, just now you talked of gamifying models and all that. So all those incentives we have created. But the biggest thing that we have created is the phygital model, because despite digital environmental application that, okay, you download the app and you start working with your banking, you won't believe we have one room office in different centers, because the target audience and the target customer that we are catering to, where will they go? How many times they will keep on calling? There has to be some grievance redressal center and mechanism, which that I think, and I am like more than delighted to say that within 20 months, we have 3.2 million customer base. Within 20 months.
No,
and all are active customers.
That's why I said omni-channel needs to be a focus for all brands. And that's why we also see Pepperfry was a digital company and they started opening physically, right? Nykaa, it was all about being online. Why do they have a physical presence? Because touch, feel, olfactory senses is a very integral part of the experiences of being human. And also the trust factor, because you talked about banking.
Exactly.
Right? India hasn't reached the phase where if I don't see you, that means you don't exist for me. And that's a very, very big barrier. For a lot of people, adoption of Uber was difficult because they didn't have a customer service number that they could call in. How many people can email Uber? How many Indians had an email facility, which was a huge opportunity for Ola, right? Which we don't see it. When we look at it, okay, it's the same thing. But the address market was very, very different. It was the non-email market that Ola was addressing. So we need to understand this. I think we have turn on your camera. Okay. That's
first we have a camera.
yeah. Maybe there's a display issue and it's projecting to YouTube. So yeah, that's something that I would say, that in this whole journey of just becoming digital, and in fact, I hope like Six Sigma, like design thinking, like CX, like big data, AI, these are all words that kind of take a peak at certain points in certain years, but it's all about satisfying people. That's what I started the whole session with, right? You start to categorize people as customers, users. But if you treat them as people, then probably the way your customer service also will respond to them is different, which I started the video with, right? Tong, 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 tong. Okay, your problem is solved, checklist done. But how's the customer feeling on the other side?
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Very well said. Thank you very, very much. Honey, it's been amazing and very, very insightful. Thank you so much for your time. And
not a
I
problem.
think
I
our
put together
co-panelists are also completely enjoying.
I just thought a video would be more engaging and something different compared to just listening to me. I hope the audio was clear for everybody. Please feel free to reach out. I'm available on LinkedIn, Gmail, Google. Any questions, happy to answer.
Sure. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar, for these insightful comments. We will now take a little coffee break because I think we are up since morning, and I'll request audience to stay connected, hang around in the lounge area, have some coffee. We are back again in, say, 10 minutes break time. Ravish, you can play some videos in the meantime till our audiences are back again after a little coffee break. Thank you so very much. Thank you. We'll see you again at the same link. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Are you planning and looking for a PR partner who can execute your PR campaigns from start to finish? Media Value Works is an award-winning global PR and media relations solution provider. Our highly experienced media content experts conceptualize, design, and execute effective brand campaigns across the globe. First, our Media Value Works methodology. Our unique twofold PR approach ensures we communicate with the media who matter. Our PR campaigns are not driven by generating only online news feeds. We go a step further to add value and pitch for our unique journalist-published quality stories. Second, our 1-2-3 campaign management steps. We offer PR campaign planning and development, bespoke media targeting, and ROI reports, which include a media campaign summary. Our media relations team are in touch with the editors of mainstream media, business and technology media, bloggers, and more. We network and communicate with member journalists across 100 countries in over 25 languages, pitching for your global stories. With affiliates and associations across Asia Pacific, Europe, North America, Middle East, and Africa, Media Value Works develops value-based PR campaigns to maximize ROI. Our services include global press release campaigns, press conferences and media meetings, media planning and analytics, research and thought leadership content, and consulting services. We also work with clients across the globe, and our varied global customers include large organizations, enterprises, SMEs, and startups across industry verticals. Talk with us today to know more about our attractive PR packages. Write to us at editor@mediavalueworks.com. Visit us online at www.mediavalueworks.com or contact us by calling the numbers on your screen.
People laughed at me when I started my business.
Drop.
Hi, welcome back, audience. I'll reiterate. Our day today is to understand customer experience. My name is Rachna Chaudhary. I'm the organizer of Digital CX Summit. I'm also the founder of Media Value Works and our US agency called Media Tech Resource. We enable customers on their marketing journey. We consult brands. We help them with activities which are giving them growth, which is not just driven by strategies on marketing, but on ground activities, partnerships, alliances. We cover all of that working with partners. We are actually leading a movement where we want to actually handhold and upscale over 500,000 customers globally to help them understand the changing nuances on customer management, customer experiences, how the business rules have changed, how the COVID has impacted us. And the old formulas do not hold good anymore. All of us are in the same state of doing and trying new mechanisms that's going to work for us. We expect more and more audiences to join us, make this movement, join to empower your own self. That's the core idea. Join to benefit and join to empower your own self, retrieve back, reflect back, learn new skills. That's the key to our success today. Businesses across the world are almost facing the same challenges. Hence, with digital CX being a core subject, we would be able to come up with newer ideas on innovations in our customer management to help improve businesses, help improve your revenue streams, help improve your channel partners, and help grow businesses. I would be delighted to now welcome our next set of participants and speakers. We are back from the short break. We would now welcome our next speaker in the next few minutes. I think just a few moments, we would start back with Hi, our next participant is Dr. Prasoon Mishra. Dr. Prasoon Mishra is founder of the WISE Network and the American Association of Precision Medicine. Dr. Prasoon is a champion, a visionary, a legend based out of Silicon Valley, San Francisco. And Dr. Prasoon has been rediscovering the art on precision medicine as a key subject to unveil healthcare for all. We are having to play a recording for Dr. Prasoon because Dr. Prasoon is just boarding a flight, and we want to play a little video that was shared by him. So over to you, Ravish. Can you play Dr. Prasoon's video, as Dr. Prasoon is unable to join us right now? We are playing his video. Innovation principles on business is what we'd like to hear from Dr.
With
Prasoon.
that, the number one is empowerment. So
Innovation principles for business, for future business.
number one is empowerment. So always practice empowerment. in your organization. It's leader's job motivate people to go places they wouldn't otherwise go. And there are several examples actually, and the it's a motivation wins the wars. It's always the teams that are highly motivated win the war or game, or the companies win, and then the teams that are demotivated actually. So for this to happen, what would you like? So the three pillars: clear vision and tools to be successful. Outline a clear vision for your entire organization, and provide your frontline employees the right technology to do their job, and not only technology but funding, and as well as all the tools to be successful. And culture, sense of belonging, give them a solid platform where they can provide their feedback and ideas to the management team, corporate back actually, so they feel sense of belonging, sense of security, and recognize and give feedback and receive feedback. It is important that you provide effective feedback and recognition on a regular basis, and even if the feedback is negative. And sometimes when the feedback is negative, the urgency is more urgent. You cannot sit on a feedback for a week or a month and then give it a month later, and where a lot of damage has been done, and then you cannot be blamed to employee because it was your fault. You basically didn't give that feedback so that they can correct their course and go on a right course. So so recognition and feedback is helps empower people actually. And then that brings to secret two. It's trust and honesty actually. So the best quote that I like on this is by Mark Benioff, the chairman and CEO of Salesforce. He said the fourth industrial revolution starts with one very important point: that's trust. So you always have to foster trust and honesty in your organization and in your personal personal philosophy actually. And how do we do that? So a culture of truth and integrity has an open communication culture actually. And you should always keep your promises actually, because that builds your credibility and integrity. And besides yours, look for other people's interest here. So that's very important actually. And act with honesty, integrity, without hidden agendas actually, because together you can go so far. Then and if you have something, you can just bring it to ideas, you can bring it to the and then table, and then let the team bless you to work on your 20% of innovation time. Everything can be done actually. So the truth and integrity is the must principle of any team. And then you can, with truth and integrity, you can follow the 80-20 rule, or Pareto's principle, which is identify 20% of inputs that are potentially the most productive and scale them actually. That's how McDonald's got successful. That's how all big businesses. Google actually has a graveyard actually, where they have put all the products that they have killed actually. It's called the website is killedbygoogle.com. You can go and check all the all the products killed by Google. Some of them were wildly successful. So in communication, you have to communication, encourage healthy communication practices within workplace. This is the best way to nurture integrity in the workplace, and so that folks can come to you and say that this is a ghost project actually. It's not going to work. So then you can kill it and work on something, and they were teams focused on something bigger and better actually. And so one of the best examples I can give you on this is by Lou Gerstner actually. Lou was hired as a chairman and CEO of IBM in 1993 when IBM was going through a turbulent times, and he is largely credited with turning around IBM's fortune actually. That's so he he implemented an ethical leadership and trust model within IBM the time he joined actually. So which included respect for others actually. So the employees in their communities, the employees are the communities that IBM is part of, always give them top priority, serve others, make customers your main focus, and your shareholders, increase shareholders value, show justice. He created senior leadership groups that worked with the during the transition to help directed the change. So he showed justice. This was done democratically actually, and manifest honesty. He believed in employee skills, and he valued their abilities, and he knew that they can do, and he assigned their jobs while the IBM was going through a lot of changes. And then sometimes, and I have seen, and also you have to have that vision of understanding what somebody is capable of. Sometimes they might not know, but and then they will be surprised what they were able to accomplish once you have shown trust in them actually. So that's the and then build the community. He invested in building community. He believed that IBM is the community which is technology driven, and focused on customer experience and quality actually. Based on these principles, driven by trust at its core, Lou Gerstner was able to transform IBM actually to become the leading company today. So with that, actually, with trust in your core, the third is actually, the secret is how do we create and nurture a community actually. So that your organization, it's either it's a small, large organization, it's basically a community. So you are the more you bring people together, the greater your community will become, and then more innovation you will get. So like I mentioned, make customers a part of your community by taking their input on how to make products better. You have follow, this is called contestification. Create contests for customers to generate the best ideas. A lot of companies, Toyota did it actually, Tesla followed it actually. So, and what are the pillars of community building? There are 4 pillars. Engagement, engage the community, and develop the leaders of the community, their skills. Invest in leadership development, and collaborate amongst within the organization, with the community members, as well as foster collaboration with key partners externally, key partnerships, building with external key stakeholders and decision makers. So then you are now position yourself as one of the part of the greater ecosystem of the companies that are working in that sector actually. So community is secret number 3 that brings to secret number 4, and which is a very important smart secret, which is define clear goals actually. If you want to if you want big innovation, set big and difficult goals to push people outside their comfort zones actually. And this is true. So Apple, Google push their employees every day to step outside their comfort zone by using difficult goals that force their people to think and act in innovative ways actually. So this is true actually. The people who have higher goals, so aim for stars, you will fall on, if you fall, you fall on moon. So that strategy works besides having lousy goals actually. And your goals have to be smart, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely actually. And there's a lot of literature on that smart goal setting, and you can read it. I'll not spend much time on it. So we'll dive into a 5th secret, and I think this comes with a bonus actually. You have earned it. So 5th secret is a leadership actually, and we all are great leaders actually in our own ways, and but I think constant improving our leadership skills actually, based on the teams, based on the folks we communicate as call for today's times actually. And great leaders are who are passionate about empowering people, speaking the truth, creating community, and in setting hard goals to play a major role in driving innovation. All the secrets that I have already told you. So that comes to boils down to the leaders actually and their skills actually. So how to empower the leadership skills, basically, and So there are 10 different principles. Number one is engage in honest, open communication. Again, going back to communication, connect with your team members. Sometimes have one-on-ones. Sometimes they will not tell you all those things in group meetings, but they will be able to come up with the brilliant ideas, and they will be able to tell you in a one-on-one meetings. Encourage personal professional growth yourself and your teams. Actually keep a positive attitude. I know entrepreneurship and running a company, it can be sometimes overwhelming, but keep always a positive attitude. Tomorrow will be a good a new day. Actually teach employees, and instead of giving orders, actually always invest in your employees, because these are the folks who can become your assets in the future. You will never know that who will become your right and left hand going forward, actually, or even after you can be your successor. Actually set and encourage their creativity. Actually, so that wraps up the fifth secret and the bonus leadership secret that you got. And then the sixth secret is I think has Apple written all over it, actually. So be first to create. Be first, create unique and great experiences and change the rules of the game. When I say be first, the first Coca-Cola was the first. Everybody is people even go and order Pepsi and they say, can I get a Coke? Actually, so when you are first, I think you already have you already are in minds and hearts of people. Your name is engraved, and that gives a lot of leverage, actually. So be first, create unique and great experiences, actually. And so great experiences are comes from listening to customers. Are you adding value? Is it intuitive and unique? Actually, is it built with scalability in mind? Clearly expresses benefits. Is it worth talking about? And if it's talking about, is the product shared? Right. I think that should be your constant experience, constant product development experience. So and change rules of the game. So what do I mean by that? Change rules of the game. So so innovate around customer experience by benchmarking against the very best model in customer service. Like example, Steve Jobs received inspiration for Apple stores from the Ritz-Carlton model. Like I have already mentioned, Ritz-Carlton, where people genuinely care. So you foster a culture where people genuinely care and they're ready to help, actually. And they're not there to sell you something. They're just ready to help. They hire great people who care, and then and they further your brand. So it's just one example. But what can experience making be used for? So can be
I think we almost captured the 6 points Dr. Prasoon has narrated. Just quit. Yeah.
So what can be experiential marketing be used for?
I'll come back. I thank Dr. Prasoon Mishra. Prasoon Mishra, doctor was actually in the flight. He couldn't join us, so we had to play a recording video. And thank you, Dr. Mishra, for your support in this. I welcome our next speaker, Mr. Vishal Nayak, CEO and founder of Meta Social. We, in the age of customer experience, are trying to now deep dive and understand how social projects and the CSR projects can be scaled effectively with smarter customer management and technology. Mr. Vishal is a technocrat, has been for over 20 years, been in the consulting space, delivery space, handled various leading brands globally, and is now the CEO and founder of Meta Social. We would like to hear from Vishal about how he aims to transform the space in social projects and CSR projects for the Indian enterprises and going forward, maybe even global enterprises. Over to you, Vishal. Thank you for joining in.
Thank you, Rachnaji, for inviting us to, I think, customer experience, digital experience conference. I think it was very interesting when you asked, can you present on customer experience for the nonprofit. I've been doing this for a couple of decades now in the digital, and we've been doing the customer experience for most of the commercial brands in terms of what we've been doing. And last 2-3 years have been exploring how can we enable better experiences for the nonprofit, for the social development sector, social purpose organizations, and the various stakeholders within the ecosystem. How can And it was very interesting because we have been doing that. Never thought of putting it in a presentation, looking at things. So I was thinking about different things. In fact, I just put up the presentation in the last, I think, a couple of hours, 1 hour. And I was thinking, what are the aspects? Because there's so much in terms of when you say nonprofit. So I think what I'll do is I'll take you through a quick presentation in terms of what does CX mean for nonprofits? How do you identify a giving journey? How do you go about that? And as a whole organization, how do you go about building that practice within your organization? And maybe just a slide or two about what MetaSocial is trying to do in terms of within this space, and how do we look at to build that customer experience ourselves as well. So let me share quickly my screen. So actually, for the last couple of days, I've been thinking in terms of what is customer experience? What is that? What has we been trying to do for the nonprofit giving in terms of what largely is there? And I thought the easiest way the audience could relate is from a retail giving perspective or this thing. And that's what kind of we remember when we talk about giving today, whether it's Keto, Milap, or anyone. So that's what I'm going to dive into. So I think the first question is digital experience. Is it relevant in giving? And what does it know? I think COVID taught us a lot of things. How do we actually come on a Zoom that we are today? I think before COVID, even in our enterprise space, we used to be mostly on an audio call, hardly on this thing. And the only way about going and meeting someone was actually traveling there. And we never thought that video conferences could happen from your desk, from your seat. Usually to go to a conference was a special occasion where you're connecting to either your customers or peers. But I think that has changed. And I just would like to see what has changed in the last, I think, 3 or 4 years. So I think the first thing is digitization of direct giving. And I think this Fidelity charitable survey kind of captures that very well. Especially how the Gen X and the millennials are looking at giving and what are the new trends. And I think this did take a lot of uptake within the COVID and post-COVID this thing. And we live in a world where now a lot of donations or the givers are going through online platforms and looking at to do that. And you see that there's a very, very high rise in terms of, especially in the Gen X and the millennials actually giving through a digital medium. So I think for nonprofits, it's very, very critical that you look at this channel in terms of reaching out to possible people who will support your cause in terms of what you're doing. And this survey does show you very clearly that I think it's moving towards giving online platforms, making it easy to reach possible beneficiaries as well as donors who would be able to support the causes that you are implementing on ground. I think COVID, this is just a survey from during COVID 2020 in terms of how did it happen before and what was the frequency during COVID? And this is this thing. So if you look at, I think most of the givers or the donors were looking at, made a donation through a charity's website. And especially during 2020, where there was a huge this thing where everybody was coming online, there was again frequent donations online. although they're still small and compared to the first time giver, compared to a repeat support for the same cause or the charity. In terms of that, you look at 18%, but it does happen. Even if you look at the content which is shared on the social media, there was an uptake in terms of the frequent post, although I think as a whole, 19% post on this thing is low, but I think that is what we need to work on in terms of, if as a charity, as a non-profit, or as a social purpose organization, we are looking to engage with the possible donors, givers, mentors, anybody which is there. How do we actually go about doing this? And this is what I'm going to kind of touch on a very high level, because CX is a very interesting, we could spend hours on discussing that, but I'll just go through a quick journey in terms of how can we actually look at increasing the first time participation, whether it is kind of sharing social post, whether it is donation through your charity, how can we engage them this, and more importantly, how frequently can we engage them once a person has come and supported either monetary or non-monetary, how can we engage them within the next 30 days in terms of what we are doing? And I think that's very, very critical for every social purpose organization. So I'm just looking at a typical journey map in terms of giving. And I think this is very important in terms of that every nonprofit looks at the complete journey rather than just looking at donations or driving social media campaigns, which doesn't land at the right place and doesn't convert. So I think if you look at the cycles in the whole journey of anything today has reduced. So there's a lot of cause awareness, which is this thing. So there are a lot of content and knowledge articles. There's a lot of things available online. So most of the journey starts at the being aware of it. And this is very critical, because typically to a P2P campaign, unless it's a very, very emotional aspect of the cause where somebody is really needs urgent medical attention, or he needs kind of something to support, or it kind of attracts larger interest, but causes which has much more in terms of long-term impact, where we are looking to do social systemic impact, we need to go beyond that. So I think it's very important, and this is an area where I see not much has been done. How do you build the cause awareness among your donors and givers? And that is where the thought leadership from the nonprofits come in, where you are actually publishing articles, audio-visual contents about kind of educating your giver, donor, or a mentor who's actually supporting in your causes. The second aspect which we see is the online research. If somebody is coming to kind of look at, let's say, girl child education, I'm interested as a person to support girl child education. I'm based in Pune. How do I go about it? So I think there has to be enough content available out there which actually shows that me as a charity, I'm in this space and I'm actually doing this with credible kind of evidence in terms of how the impact was done on ground. Because I think not just for the charity, I think everyone today does most of their research online. If you're going to buy something, just a television set or something, you have already know whether you want to buy a Sony or a Samsung, you know whether you need a LED, LCD, you know what are the smartphone, this thing. You're just going and kind of looking at certain pricing. I think it's no different for a charity, because most of the donors today, especially millennials, would know where what they are passionate about, or do they want to support their native villages or towns in terms of the specific cause which is very close to their heart. So I think being there and being able to present what you're doing is very important, because the whole research, this thing happens in that. So I think when you're considering a journey, I think it should not start from your website, or it's not start from your social post. It has to actually start before that, because most of the donors today as well are coming with a complete research in terms of who are the top charities in my town, who are the top who are doing the highest sustainable impact on ground. So I think it's very important to create the visibility and do that. And then comes the aspect of actually coming and getting those donors or funders visiting your website. And I think that's a very important experience. I think on your homepage really needs to convey what you're doing, the right messaging, the impact that you have given on ground, and make it very, very easy for the giver or donor to actually make a decision. I think most surveys says most likely a decision will be made in 7 seconds once you have presented that. So it actually depends on the moment and the context of the giver or donor which is coming. So it's very important, both in your social media post, with it's your website or what you're doing, you're contextualizing that and you are able to present that simple and make it easy for a donor to come. And then the pledge itself or the donation itself has to be very easy. It should be less than 3 clicks to make a donation. Make sure that you're compliant. I think a lot of platforms today are not compliant with the legal norms. I'm talking specifically about India in terms of those things. So make sure you're capturing the right information from the donor, but at the same time, you are able to make it easy for the donor to make commit support to your cause, to your area that you are actually requesting support for. And I think this is where post this, the story kind of goes downhill. I think one of the most important thing is not to send a very templatized this thing, so dear sir, thank you for your donation. I think it has to be a very personalized acknowledgement of the support that this thing. So when you're looking at a journey of a giver or a donor who's doing, I think there has to be a personalized acknowledgement to what the giver has contributed to, and making sure you are having kind of done that very, very specific to the cause and the areas that you supported, trying to understand the motivation behind that users and from where he's come to you in terms of doing that. I think another aspect is beyond support and in terms of looking at acknowledgement. I think it's very important in terms of reporting the impact that you're doing. I think most of the online platforms today do not give you a very simple way of reporting. I know a couple of friends of mine who were very sensitive about a certain cause. I wouldn't name what it is, but they just sitting in UK, swiped their credit card, kind of donated £2,000. But what I heard from them was afterwards, there was just a report which came after 3 months. There was no follow-up, and they were actually very committed to this cause, and they would have actually done a second or a third funding if you had reached out to them that this is what your donation actually made a difference on ground. This is what we are doing. So I think it's not just about few photos or videos being sent. It is actually reporting your impact on ground, engaging. And I think the worst experience, what I see from an engaging perspective, which really takes it negative and which actually eventually makes it not possible for the donor to come and look at a second or a third donation in terms of what you're doing, is the engagement. Because I see post that it's just not about an impact report, or it's not about few photos. It is how do you engage your donors? They possibly could help you with mentoring the organization. They could actually help you connect with other donors. They could actually do a lot more than they could be actually your champions in those geographies to promote. Let's look at this thing. If some student from India is actually studying in Stanford and he supports you from there, he could actually mobilize quite a lot of students there to, if they find your cause to be credible, doing the right impact around there, and which has zero marketing dollars to be spent on this. So I think this is very, very important. And I think there are various aspects to the journey, but what I'm trying to put is the giving journey relevant? And I think it's very, very important to decide on the goals. What is the journey that you actually want to build for a giver, right from where he's thinking, doing a research, to the impact and the reporting and engagement. So I think, so we have to be very careful of where there are positive experiences in terms of that, which includes everything where there's a touch point for the donor or giver who's coming to you in terms of what you're doing. So this is was a case study kind of or just a sample journey in terms of that. But I think it's more important to understand how is your organization, your nonprofit, your social purpose organization geared to kind of understand and cater to different individual, different journeys in this thing. And it's not about mapping one simple journey. It's not about mapping a website. So how do you actually go about really building the customer experience, or I would say giving experience, if you're specifically looking at a giving as a goal? How do you build that? And that cannot be built in a single journey. And that's much more complicated in terms of how you do. So I think more important in that is how do you actually build the nonprofit journey? So how do you go about journey mapping? And I think it's very important to get what are you mapping about, how are you designing the experience, and just a few aspects that you need to take care when you're actually building that is, first of all, I think you need to know who your giver is. Is it the most frequent? Are you looking to build a journey for frequent givers? Is it for a high value donation? Is it a HNI? Is it a retail? Is it a new donor? How does the journey work differently? Or how does the experience actually that you build for an existing donor? I think in every aspect of life, I think it's much more difficult to get a new customer or a donor, which is the same thing for a nonprofit, but it's easier to engage with an existing donor and showcase the work and actually get more support for your causes. So I think first aspect is making sure the persona, you really understand who are you designing that experience first. And then I think it's very important because you have a lot of personas from your cause perspective, from your sectorial area that you're working. I think which is the journey that you prioritize and start mapping, because you have to start building it brick by brick. You cannot have journey experience being built for everybody. Cannot be everything to everyone. You have to be somebody, something to someone. So you have to look at choosing that journey. Is it, are you building the journey for the most frequent donors or the givers? Is it for the onboarding? Is it for the new journey? Is it for retaining your donors and looking at, is it for recurring kind of donations, which is there? Or the journey need not always be about giving. It could be about building the awareness. How do you build that awareness? How do you drive through blogging? How do you drive that through community engagement? So what is your journey for community engagement? Because I think most givers today will have a fair idea of who is actually doing what. So I think that's important. Once you've done through that, I think when you're mapping a process, it's just not about digital, because digital is an enabler. It helps you execute, I think, what you're looking to do. So we have to look at it holistically. When you're looking at mapping, it's the people. How do you interact? How do you do that before, after the journey? The processes that you have, which includes your digital and offline processes, to make sure it's really nice if it's the giver just to give a call and say thank you, or actually have a face-to-face or an online Zoom interaction to do that. So what are your standard kind of processes that you have defined in terms of things? It's also important in terms of how are you catering to different moments in terms of the giver? How is that defined? Are there any KPIs defined for the success of that journey in terms of that? And I think the most important is, I think in India specifically, we have 36 million nonprofits, 36 lakh nonprofits, which about 3.6 million nonprofits. So how do you differentiate yourself within the cause area? How do you innovate in terms of bringing new experiences, which then a giver or donor is able to, he or she is able to make a decision that they would be willing to support you on a long term. And I think this is very important. It's not about going to a P2B experience and getting a one-time donation. I think it's about building an experience which is a very sticky relationship where there's a win-win for the person, because at the end of the day, we are not selling a product. We're not selling something. You are actually looking at giving an emotional experience where you're looking to improve the world around us. And I think that has to really come. So moments matter. Your donor case hypothesis actually has to be, and how do you build this and design your social change experience is very, very important. And how do you build? And when I come to say about innovation, it's not just about digital. It's not about integrating some payment gateway. I think that can be done in 5 minutes today. It's about actually being able to change the way you're doing it better, making it easy, and building that emotional connect with your donor in terms of what you're doing. And the last is, I think, whatever we do, whether it's from a customer experience perspective, whether it's a typical journey that you're designing, I think the measurement, are we doing good? Do we need to kind of try new things? Who are we catering to? Are we reaching those people? What are we actually kind of saying? What is our messaging? When are we doing that? I think that's very, very, very relevant. Why are we doing? And I think this is very, very relevant. I think this has to be very clear to your givers and donors or the community that you're engaging. So for all this to really happen and improve, and the engagement and the donations itself, defining the right metrics in terms of this thing. So if you're looking at number of visitors which are coming to your website, the conversion in terms of who stays long, in terms of someone who is donating, is he donating frequently, or has he a second donation come within 2 days? What is this thing actually working? I think I haven't seen a lot of people, typically in the commercial world, you work on a CSAT. What is your experience like? What can we improve? I think this has to be really defined in terms of what we're doing. So I think this is a typical journey mapping, what I could think of in terms of if you are building a journey for your giving or donations on an online platform, or even for the community. I think this is very, very important. And this is something which comes with this thing. Now, I think the second aspect of which is very, very important is customer experience, or giving experience in this case, cannot be built in isolation. So you cannot just get up one day and say, I'll build a better website, I'll build something, a tool, I'll create a better way of calling or addressing the users, or a fantastic template which is going through MailChimp to, I think, thousands of users. I think what we need to do when we are looking at a successful giving experience, I think there are 4 quadrants in terms of which is there. So I think as an organization, you have to first define how do you go about it? So I think one of the aspects is, how are you working on the donor or the giver centricity or the community centricity based on what your cause is? So if you're doing advocacy in terms of this thing, it would be different. If you're actually supporting girl child education, it will be different. If you're doing a rural kind of livelihoods, which is something which is close to your heart, it would be different. So based on I think the area that you're working, you need to look at who are the possible listings and how do you bring that experience to them. The second aspect is when I say, I was talking about awareness to kind of engagement, which is funding. I think you have to really know the journey, the touch points in terms of where does your community engage with you? Where do they go at looking at? So right from the touch point in terms of where they come for discovering what are the nonprofits available, to the impact that you're going, the whole journey, right from curation, finding, discovering, funding, engaging, to the impact. How do you define that in your organization? And then actually you have a subset of catering to this thing. I think another aspect is building that strategy, right, in terms of giving experience as at the organization level, and not just a program or a campaign. I think this is in fact very, very critical. So I think the first aspect is really defining your goals and aspects in terms of where. The second is actually working on designing those experiences. So the donor research or the giver research is very, very kind of critical, because that actually gives you insight based on your previous online or offline experiences. What is actually that people are looking to support? Does that kind of echo with your cause, or who are the people who would really echo with your cause and they really want to see a difference on ground, and it's not just a one-time donation? How do you bring in innovation and design? And when I'm repeating, I think innovation and design is just not about in the tools or technology. It's in your people, it's in your process, it's in your culture, it's in this thing. So how do we do it differently and deliver a better experience beat for anything that we are doing. And I think the most important thing is we should not be designing processes as a bandage, which is catering to an immediate pain point. It should be designed for the next, keeping the next 3 years or next 5 years or the next 1 year in mind. So building the design from a futuristic perspective is very important. So I think if once you have done a designing and defining at the organization layer, then comes to the actual enabling and executing. So this is where the journey mapping and things will come into picture. But I think before that, when you're looking at enabling and executing experiences within your organization, it becomes very critical. How do you work across cross-functional teams? So you'll have your sales team, you'll have your on-ground workers, you'll have your operations team. You may actually have certain things on the HR, the support functions. COVID has made it quite possible to work with remote teams. So how do you enable this different processes cross-functionally across different teams in your organization? Or even if it's a small organization of 4 or 5 people, how do you actually enable that within those 4 or 5 teams? And especially if there are remote teams in terms of which is happening, which we see more and more now, which is there. The other aspect is the talent is itself, because you need the right kind of people with the right framework and attitude to come in, because you cannot make experiences if the guy is just looking to get few donors, get some numbers and showcase on the social media. So you need the people who are really passionate about bringing in experiences to the donors, givers, and the community, and really making a difference. I think what I've seen is the nonprofit kind of sector. It's amazing kind of how passionate people are about making change on ground. And that's amazing because that's what we are really looking at. But to really scale and make it sustainable, you also need people who will be actually supporting to bring those experiences and enabling those causes on ground. And the last aspect of executing and enabling is actually do not try to change the organization overnight. Rome was not built in a day. So how do we actually accelerate with small MVPs, as I used to call it in my previous organization, is most kind of minimum viable products or minimum viable journeys. So you try and tweak a small aspect of what you're doing, which I would say is lean giving or lean this thing where you're trying to make small changes and see how the community actually is responding and kind of adapt to that. So I think that's a very crucial in terms of enabling and executing what we are doing right now. The last one is governing and improve. So you've got the kind of defined the strategy, the goals, you have designed the process, now you're enabling. I think the last important aspect, which is very important to get it right, is governing what you're doing and how do you improve on things, what you're doing. So it's not just enough to put an experience and start doing. I think it's very important to put the right measures and KPIs so you're understanding what you're doing, which is there. The most important is, I think you have to trust your teams, you have to trust your partners, whether they are inside or outside, and you have to really empower those teams to really be passionate, go about, chase that. And the last one is, I think, specifically looking at a giving experience, you have to look at a persistent or a sustainable funding model. It's not a one-off this thing. So how do you build that governance to actually build that so it's not a one-time donation that you're looking at? How do you actually look at? So this was basically about a very high level, I think 35,000 feet in terms of how do you look at giving experience. Anyone if is interested, we'll be happy to kind of I'll be happy to connect and look at deep dive into any of this. What I'll do is, I think this was a quick summary about designing experiences. I'd just like to touch about a couple of slides about Meta Social. And I think we are actually building experiences. We are building a digital platform to actually cater to some of this for the nonprofit sector in India. The platform is global, but we are starting out this thing. So I think the most important purpose for us is how do you build a better tomorrow with you in terms of what we're doing. And I think the digital experiences is a very important aspect. And our mission right now is how do you connect, collaborate, and converge to drive sustainable impact. So we have now built a very large platform, which basically gives you a holistic way in terms of the nonprofit being at the center of it. How do you connect to different donors, and whether those are citizens, philanthropists, corporate, foundation in India and abroad, to enable some of the causes? I think post-pandemic, the primary area is funding, but beyond funding, how do you enable resources? How do you enable learning? How do you enable mentoring and other things? And actually, once you get that funding, how do you enable or make sure the implementation with yourself or with your partners or technology partners is being implemented? So this is what we have actually built. And I think this is where we are also designing experiences, because it's, I think, extremely difficult in the current ecosystem with the diversity of nonprofits which are there, the complexity of the legal landscape in India, and also the complexity of kind of giving and not being able to find the right partners. I think we're trying to bridge this gap in terms of the ring, and we're doing that in two ways. One is putting the next generation social good platform, which is there. And the second is bringing in some of the specialists from ground in terms of who really understand the areas, the social causes and this thing, who can aid in building those experiences and helping us this bridge this divide. So I think that's about it from my side. So my I think, call to everyone, it's let's build a better tomorrow together. I think it's very important for the nonprofit ecosystem to come together and work together. I've seen this happen lately, but I think the collaboration within this ecosystem, whether it's from a technology providers, for-profit, for social enterprises, whether these things, we really need to come together to kind of go out and make a difference. So thank you, Ratna. That's about from me.
Thank you, Vishal. This has been so very interesting. I think none of us really perceived the not-for-profit to be looked upon from this lens, and with this kind of deep, the technology angle to it, and how we are enabling experience today, the giving experience. I think the fabulous presentation that you made. I'm sure a lot of people will now open up their thoughts about how can they support and contribute to the social good that we are trying to build. Thank you very much for your time, Vishal.
Thanks for giving this opportunity to Meta Social and me. I think we are very glad to be part of this summit.
Thank you so very much. I'm sure we are in for great times ahead. Thank you so very much. We are delighted to, in fact, thank you, Vishal. We have a great guest here. You can welcome him. This is Atharva Desai logging in from San Francisco. Atharv is, see, all of us love speed in our lives, but Atharv actually embraces speed. So Atharv is a trained Formula car racer, a young boy, and looking for amazing journey ahead. We are very delighted to welcome you, Atharv. I'll read out your formal introduction little for most of us to understand. You're a trained professional with a passion for motorsport racing and race car engineering. You've been a part of various go-karts and Formula cars. You are a development driver for Arden Motorsport UK. And Atharv, we look forward to hearing from you something absolutely different on how we manage speed and efficiency. I think Atharv drives both together. Thank you, Atharv, for joining.
Of course, and thank you for having me here. It's been great, and I really do appreciate the opportunity. Yes.
Awesome, Method. Looking forward to hearing from you. Method in madness. Love that. Go ahead.
Yes, I love that slogan too. It's a very nice punchline, and it's also just a great small little line to really show how much racing really impacts one person. It's a really a different type of like motivation, dedication, not only just for motorsports, but for any other type of sports as well. So thank you for introducing me, and thank you for the opportunity here. I would like to introduce myself again, just a little bit briefer. As I've been introduced, my name is Atharva Desai. I'm a Formula racing driver, and I currently live in the UK to pursue my education path into motorsports engineering. And at the same time, my goal is to become a motorsports driver and to have the two skills of both being able to go towards racing as from an engineering standpoint and also a racecraft standpoint. So yes, I'm very much looking forward. I remember when I was around 6 years old, I actually sat in a go-kart for the first time. It was one of the toy cars powered by batteries, and it was bought for me like a very long time ago. And I remember my brother, who was almost like 2 or 3 at the time, he was fascinated by just the V going around the cul-de-sac, going around in circles in the car. So I would have him on my lap, and I would drive him around. And no, it's like, even though it was a very small car, it's a small go-kart, it was very fast, and young me really didn't have any fear. And who would have thought that 6-year-old me, completely oblivious to the fact that I would now be pursuing this as a career, as my full-time thing. So it's quite interesting what life has for you and has as a bank. And yeah, I mean, I'm very thrilled. It was only up until 9 is when I started turning this racing into a full-fledged career. When I was around 6, that's when I had my go-kart, but I was still very young at the time. But right until I came up when I was 9 years old, I started watching TV in the Formula cars. I watched Formula One on TV, and I was immediately fascinated by it. I would actually have my cheeks pressed against the TV like that, just enjoying Michael Schumacher going around the track at just incredible speeds with incredible skill. I knew at that point that I wanted to do motorsport racing and that this was going to be my career option. And the first thing I told my baba, my dad, I told him, I want to be in this. I want to be in this. I pointed at the TV and I said, can I go here? Obviously, a 9-year-old can't be in F1, but we started with the next best thing, which was the go-karting. So I went to a go-karting track and I started actually going into their leagues, their junior leagues, right? And after some training, so actually I had a 10-day, 3-day training course to get acclimatized with the car because it was my first experience in racing. So I took a 3-day training, I successfully passed it, and on the day I graduated, there was a league race at the time. And I wanted to try it because there was all the experienced drivers who were there, and it was just me alone who had just graduated from junior racing. And I hate to admit it, but I got totally crushed by the opponent. But I still managed to get at a respectable eighth place, which is not bad considering the amount of experienced drivers. So, I mean, me not knowing that eighth place, looking back, eighth place at that point with no experience was quite a feat in it by itself. But young me and still me right now, I'm always going for wins. So does the past me. Wants always going for the wins. And that's when I started practicing, coming back to the track every day, having a routine cycle, multiple days from multiple hours every week, come to the track, come practice. And then next season, which is the whole like start of the season and the points get accumulated at the end of the entire like width of the races. I got first place the entire championship. I won it on my rookie year and with an astonishing lead from second place. That amount of experience and the amount of competition with the much more experienced drivers who came from uh like very rich racing families and rich racing backgrounds have, and I was able to beat them just on a rookie season. Then I went over into the senior season, and in that, different cars, faster cars, and I was still very young at that time, but I still was able to beat the competition and compete against a few teenagers, and I still won against there. So that's when I started really getting myself into racing, right? And I said, this is a career option for me, and this is exactly what I wanted to do in my life. So coming over towards speed and racing, it's everything is an experience there, right? The summit is all about customer experience, and racing offers no little than that. It's has a lot of range and a lot of benefits towards it. Not only that, drivers, paddock VIP guests, and any marshal as well, they have the experience, the customer experience of being in a motorsport event in their lifetime, because the customer wants that kind of wow factor, that sort of story to go back to their friends and family and just spark up and initiate a conversation, get that word of mouth, what can only come through experience. So let's take myself for an example. I have treated myself, or looking back this time, I've treated myself as more of a startup business. If you compare myself as a driver, I'm gonna kind of assimilate it to a startup business. What I meant by that is, let's take my starting career in racing when I was around 9 years old. I was always in front of the public, whether it be in racing, whether it be in talking with people, going up into higher leagues of racing, whether it be starting from karting, going up to club karting, then nationals karting, and then finally the formula cars when I just almost hit teenage years. That sort of step is the experience that comes from myself, but I'm still developing myself, right? And then as a 9 year old, I'm always shown to the public, but I was very unaware of that, right? It's only now recently that, or not even recently, quite some time ago, that you realize that the social aspect and the experience aspect of keeping yourself into the social world is a very important, it's very important, and it's a very crucial skill and crucial for you to understand that a social experience is exactly what customers want and what you as a driver are striving to find, right? So coming up to my next leagues of racing, I am a Formula 4 driver, and I'm actually going into more international driving. I'm going into a series in India as well as a series in the in the Asian continent. There is a Formula 4 race series, and the global reach and the amount of people attending scales up to when you start as karting. I started at bare bones karting, like the minimum grassroots level, and then bringing it up to nationals level karting. It will only take you so far, but then is the next step, the Formula 4, the exposure of real a high-end experience racing. The start of it is exactly what I developed myself for, the experience I give to others, and the sort of joy I give into winning or into like performing into the race. Of course, my friends, family, as well as my fans, I'm giving them this experience. They're with me and in the journey of going into the Formula Racing Series, and it's completely understandable how they want to come back with a story on how this person, let's say Atharva, is racing and he's going overseas to race in Formula 4s, going up into a bigger reach. So, like I was saying, I'm mostly in the second stage of my startup business. And I would say, like, I would as I've said multiple times before, I would classify myself as a startup business. Um, I haven't been, or I will rephrase that. It is a very steady progression towards getting to the top on the pinnacle of motorsports, as it is a huge international sport with limitless capabilities, and the sky is the limit there. Obviously, the sort of pathway up towards that can only start from a grassroots level and slowly but surely get up towards there. Now, going into international Formula 4 is that first step and that big step as well, to international and stage 2 racing, right? So going towards there, we're all fighting for the win. The ultimate goal to win is what creates that joy of excitement. That person that you know from meeting just at a grocery store, or you met a driver at a meet and greet, and then finally you see him over social media or over word of mouth that he won one of the biggest championships, or he won a race that was very important to him, and you slowly but surely track his progress, right? So customers, they look for that sort of experience, that sort of joy into racing. Being with the driver, a driver is the one sitting in the car, but it's also the fans, the friends, the family who are with you throughout the journey and is guiding you towards becoming that sort of star in racing. And that's the goal, to get into Formula One. That is the pinnacle of motorsports in which I aim to be. And it's a very simple experience ladder, because the ultimate goal of every driver is to win. And it's pretty much the same mentality as everyone on the grid. Anyone who is doing high-end sports or has brought their business up to another level, a sort of binding of trust. It's that sort of mentality that really brings people up to the top. And that's what your followers, your fans, is what looks at you the most. They want to see a confident name, a confident person, whether it be a business, whether it be a sport, a confident person going up and having their ambitious goals to the top and making it. That is the sort of trust people want and the sort of experience people want. And this comes very much in close relationship between a driver and the businesses. They correlate very well together because of the amount of trust and the amount of experience that that binds the two together. So followers and fans, they will get the winning experience of a driver, but it's also the companies and the people who back the driver, the people who are always with the driver to say, I'm with you 24/7. It's sort of that trust binding is what is reciprocated to the customers, the fans. And that sort of trust will only get greater and greater as a company and a driver stick together. And this I've learned because take Michael Schumacher days. This is back way into like the legendary era of Formula One. He had his legendary sponsor, and he had a sponsor as well with him the entire way, which was actually Shell gas station. And Shell has therefore made a huge when people think of Michael Schumacher, obviously they know that Shell was one of his biggest backing up, right? And those two together is what made the combination and made him a multi-world champion at that international level. And that is what really separates the pack. And it's really that sort of trust which is reciprocated onto customers. It's that sort of experience towards it. And obviously the driver itself has to say that none of this can be done without the sponsor support or company support, and such that the trust between the two are very well linked together. So my goal, as I've said, is I want to race in Formula One. And even though I am born and brought up in the US, I have very deep Indian roots, connections, and I have multiple family members in India. And trust me, I love to go to India. And COVID has stopped me from traveling to India very recently, but I am very close into going there again, and I cannot be ever so excited. Having such great parents as well guide me towards me, really setting me on the path, and really understanding my cultural roots has been an absolute blessing for myself. And it's also the reason why I am going to be driving under the Indian flag whenever I race, all the way up to F1, even though I'm born and brought up in the US, even though the US is my motherland and will always be, but there is always the connection deep inside me between my Indian roots, my heritage, and my family. So I have decided that, and I cannot be any more excited. And of course, F1 is the pinnacle of motorsports, the highest level of excellence. And India being a very developing country, a very rapidly developing country, both in the sports industry, making a name on the world stage, and really showing the amount of dedication, the amount of hard work everyone in India, every athlete they put into racing, and having a name in F1, win a championship for them. That's the sort of pride I want to bring to India. That is my ultimate dream. It's sure I would love to win a world championship, and that is my ultimate goal. But the sheer joy of winning it for India, that country, to develop and to really show that sort of cultural roots that I display is going to be the greatest joy for myself. And that's what I'm saying. I would love to as well, just since I'm going to be racing under the Indian flag, I'll also love to bring an Indian team with me or Indian companies with me, because F1 is a very high stakes, but a very rewarding stakes place. And when you have that sort of reciprocating trust towards companies and that sort of experience, but helps not only just the driver to realize their dream, but it's a win-win situation for everyone. People understand the trust and relation between that driver. And not only that, when you have two India pockets in your name, you can do wonders. And that's just how it's been, and that's how we're just built. So it's great. And I'm really excited to go to my next championship and really just race under the Indian flag and really show what I've got. And I would love to bring an Indian team with me and really see in the future what sort of championships I could be doing with them as well. And yeah, I cannot be ever so more excited. I will want to give you and to leave you with a thought that I have learned that people will forget what you have said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And that is a very powerful statement, because actions do dictate a lot. As you know, actions speak louder than words, but what's even greater than actions is the feelings that it's made you, right? The feeling, that sort of aura that has been created after a certain action or anything, is what sticks with you forever. And obviously no one wants a negative impact or a negative feeling around anyone. And we want to win, we want to go for the win, and we want to go for the top. And the way we want to feel is just have our heads up in pride, winning that championship and going down the aisle with that trophy in our hand. So thank you so much, and it was great opportunity, and thank you for listening.
Wow. Athar, this has been so very exciting, and you're so committed to taking the Indian flag high. I'm sure we'll have some great brands getting associated with you, taking the Formula One dream forward. I think India on the global scale, Athar is the leader there. Beautiful. Any questions for
My name is
Athar? I think outstanding at this young age. Athar, lots of best wishes to you. I'm sure we'll have a lot
Thank
of
you so much.
followers, and you will take it very, very far. So we are very, very excited having you here. Thank you so much for your time, for joining in.
Tarva
And I'm
Desai.
sure if there are any more questions, people may want to ask you. Otherwise, I think
And
you've
I am a
almost...
Formula racing driver.
Yes, thank you. And enjoy this video on seatbelt safety and responsibility.
It takes me 5 minutes to wear all of my seatbelts and ensure the safety of myself and others. It requires less than 5 seconds to simply wear your seatbelt. Are you wearing your seatbelt?
Yeah, because I made this message some time ago as well, because I realized that having cars more bloomed in India as well is very, and people not necessarily getting the education or the real safety implications of simply wearing a seatbelt. I had to create an analogy with my race car that going at high level speeds, safety is the utmost priority, whether it is even commuting to work, whether it is even just going to a nearby grocery store 1 minute away. Safety should be the number one thing regardless. No matter what, I believe that safety is the most important. For me, as the video has stated, I wear 5 harnesses on myself attached to the car. Make sure I am not at all moving. That's just the amount of safety that is required for going that fast. And it's modern technology has developed so much. Just at a click of a seatbelt, very simple, will just save your life. It's very easy, and I really made this message as a PSA to really bring awareness for that.
Awesome. We really needed this message because we've had some very bad instances in the country, and we as a nation are realizing the importance of seatbelt. So thank you so much, Athar, for bringing this out, and very, very important for all of us to follow this guidelines. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Cool. Lovely. I'm delighted to welcome our next speaker, who's Inak Pakanati, my friend, and a champion marketeer, a B2B marketeer. Inak runs his firm called The Smarketeers, handling various Fortune 500 companies. Their account-based experience is the key aspect which Inak will take us through. And this is an aspect on customer experience and understanding the deeper aspects on accounts and the key accounts that we want to follow through. A little bit of distraction we had with Athar was very, very exciting because we were too deep into customer experience since morning. We are now back onto the gear with account-based marketing and account-based experience. Over to you, Inak, for your vision on the journey on managing brands. Thank you so much for joining in. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Rachnaji. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. I've been listening to all the sessions since morning. Extremely interesting insights across various domains, and what everyone is doing in their own field of business, and driving that experience across these domains. So yeah, so I'd love to see. Just wanted to kind of walk us through what customers or what ABM is, and how to achieve account-based experiences, because the way the world is changing is that while a lot of marketers, a lot of companies are primarily driving very traditional forms of marketing and business, the challenge is that the personalization aspect is missing, which is absolutely important even when it comes to the B2B context. And here we're going to talk about how to kind of converge the different aspects of demand generation, inbound marketing, account-based marketing, and getting marketers and revenue functions ready for 2023. So I just wanted to start off with a short story. So once upon a time, a young man went to a very rich old man, and he asked him, "How did you get so rich?" And that old man responded saying, in the Great Depression in 1932, I just had I had a very expensive wool jacket, so I just sold that jacket. I got a nickel for it, and with that nickel, I went and bought an apple, and I started polishing that apple. And by the end of the day, I could sell that apple for 10 cents. So using that 10 cents, I went ahead and bought another apple, about two more apples, and again, I polished those apples and sold them for 20 cents the next day. So I used those 20 cents to buy, some more apples. So almost after a week later of buying and selling, I was able to make about $9. And then my wife died, so I ended up making $2 million. So yeah, and that's how he got rich. Great. So coming back to our context, recently Gartner released a report that says that 72% of B2B buyers say they prefer a rep-free purchase, rep-free purchase experience, indicating that they're actually embracing, online research. They're, basically e-commerce buying. And even B2B buyers struggle to make high quality purchases due to various factors. The reason is usually they are constantly bombarded by sales or marketing folks, constantly driving multiple campaigns and getting telecalls. They get a lot of messages on LinkedIn. They see a lot of ads. So there's so much of bombardment of information, but the buyer actually wants something else. They need an experience. They want to establish credibility with the brand that they're going to work with. They want to have a certain level of experience. So to be able to drive that, we coming down to some of the research that was done in the past by HubSpot, a lot of companies, they just talk about the major challenges that they focus or face, which is primarily around traffic and leads, or generating ROI across their marketing activities, or getting enough budget and things like that. But no one really talks about how they're able to actually drive their brand, how they're able to drive that level of customer experience or the buyer journey experience overall. And so if you see the next set of report, it also talks about closing more deals or improving the efficiency across the sales funnel, reducing the length of sales funnel, which are pretty much very typical of any organization that usually focuses on ROI or driving sales, or even the entire marketing function these days has become very revenue centric. Pretty much the marketing team is now made responsible for driving revenue. So a lot of activities that are taken up are now directly focused on opportunity creation and revenue generation. So typically, how B2B companies market, or how do they go into the market? So if there is a buyer, or if there's a prospect that has been identified, you've identified a segment or a set of people that you want to reach out to. We're primarily focusing on sending direct ads, like using social channels or LinkedIn or Google ads and so on. And then there is cold emails that go out, then in-mails through LinkedIn, or sending out messages, and even cold calls. So and the focus here is to either say book a demo or a consultation, or for a services company. And from there, the goal is to be able to drive engagement either through webinars or some level of Google search and so on. But there is no clear goal in terms of how or understanding of how the actual buyer journey happens. So in a typical setting, for example, if you're talking about more of a B2B organization, when a request or when a challenge is identified within the organization, so that you have at least 2 to 3 layers of people. So you have the decision makers at the top, your CXOs, your VPs and directors. And then you come into the mid-level management, more of the senior manager level, and then come down to the manager or the associate level. Now, a lot of the decision-making process has moved from the C-level down to even the VP or even the mid-management level, because the C-level and the the VP or directors are currently focusing more on strategic initiatives or how to take the organization forward, while giving all of the responsibilities in terms of identification and evaluation of vendors and people who they might want to work with to the mid-level or the lower level management. Now, what happens here is once a challenge is identified, the first thing that any prospective buyer does is to go and search for information or gather relevant insights about how to solve that particular challenge. So they're not directly going and searching for a vendor. Okay, if I have this challenge, I'm going to go and find a particular vendor to work with. That usually does not happen. So the first thing that they're trying to do is gather enough information either through digital channels. So they're going into Google, they're searching and putting in queries about how to find a certain set of information or solve a particular problem. They might join webinars or events or attend events where which are specific to their industry, or someone is talking about some of these specific areas that they're looking into, or they might download ebooks or white papers that talk about it. So anything that will help them to gather enough information to strengthen their case, understand how to particularly solve that challenge, is what that person would do. Now, once this solution has been identified, or they know how this particular challenge can be solved, the next thing that they look at is which company is doing it well. So if someone has been doing their inbound marketing really well, they have a great website, they've really optimized for search, they're putting out a lot of good content, like say ebooks or white papers, and a lot of like even case studies in terms of credibility building and so on, which are primarily focused on the particular buyer's industry or their relevant area of focus. It automatically establishes credibility. Then, if they're also doing different activities in terms of participating in events, or if they are building a LinkedIn community, sharing a lot of thought leadership content, they're putting out podcasts and so on from a demand generation perspective. Then they might be also running various focused, personalized campaigns into to these particular companies and establishing again thought leadership and understanding of how they can solve the problem for that company. That's when these buyers would then start building that credibility, check out the website. They might even click on the CTAs, go for a demo, even send out an RFP. And usually once the proposal is received, that's when the entire buying committee comes together. And usually the stakeholders, who are primarily your influencers and evaluators, are the ones who actually create a very, very strong case to the decision-making team to be able to drive that decision and bring this to a close. So that experience that is created across these multiple channels, whether it's through inbound from the demand generation or from ABM efforts, combines to form that entire account-based experience. And this is what usually helps organizations to make better decisions, because they're not coming in blind. They're not coming in with directly with a challenge. They know what their challenge is, and they already know what solutions they might need, but they are looking for someone who can really bring that overall experience to them. So that's what the new buyer journey is all about. So if you look at demand generation or account-based marketing is more spearhead focused. Like you're going in and going into specific accounts, and you're pushing your messaging and your solutioning and what you can do for them, and assuming certain challenges. While demand generation is all about catching people in the net and then nurturing them to to kind of close. So obviously, no one likes to be poked by spear or constantly keep bombarded by these different channels or the ways of reach out that most of the marketers or salespeople do. So that's when account-based experience kind of came about, which kind of combines all of these different aspects and focuses on driving the best of account-based marketing and driving customer experience as well. So if you look at the traditional marketing, you see a lot of interruption-based marketing where we're trying to create a lot of chaos, and there's too much of information and too much of sales-focused content that's going out to the buyer, which actually that they don't want. Secondly, it's only marketing focused. They don't have any alignment with sales. So it's just trying to push about something about the brand, but not really focusing on the problem at hand. And then only the entire focus is on building the pipeline. So the modern ABX, or the account-based experience framework, focuses on aligning these efforts, the entire effort, into the account journey. Like what is the intent of that customer? what kind of information are they looking for? And for this, there's a lot of marketing technology stacks and so on that we can use. So we need to look at how that account journey or that particular buyer journey from that particular organization or account can be streamlined. What are they looking for? What are the challenges? How can we really align solutions to them? How can we build content specific to that organization? What campaigns can we run? So there's a lot of this, account focused programming or a framework that needs to be created, or playbooks that need to be created to drive that entire experience across the overall life cycle of the user journey. So if you look at how this integrates overall, on one hand, you have the account-based marketing as one aspect. So for many of you who or some of you who may not have heard about this term, the primary goal of account-based marketing is to focus on a target set of strategic accounts. So these could be your existing customers or net new customers. The idea is to, for existing customers, the idea is to grow and build relationships within existing accounts to drive more business. While for the net new accounts, the goal is to be able to focus on the overall aspect of. I just want to pause here. Rashna ji, are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, actually screen you can change now because it's not been changing.
Okay. Let's see. All right. Is it?
It's now visible. Yeah, it's visible now.
I'm sorry about that. I think
no problem. We didn't want to disturb you in between, so I thought we'll refresh the entire screen after you explain the whole concept because it's going very well.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah,
sure. Sorry about that, everyone. So so the idea here is to make sure that we are in account-based marketing to go after a specific set of target accounts. So you have one-to-one, one-to-few, and one-to-many. In a one-to-one focus, we focus on a very specific set of accounts. So these could be accounts like about 5 or 10 accounts that you feel are very strategic for your business. They're going to give you a lot of long-term opportunities and you'll be able to really mine them. And then one-to-few accounts where maybe you've not made a lot of impact yet into those accounts, but that these are the accounts that are very relevant for your business, and you will be able to again drive very specific personalized campaigns into these accounts. Then you have a one-to-many, where we will be focusing on a lot of additional companies, or more of a volume-based approach. But here, how it integrates with inbound marketing is, with inbound marketing, you need a website. Obviously, website is going to be your primary focus or your foundation for marketing. Then you have very relevant content that needs to be created across different formats. You need landing pages. You need your email outreach to happen again, which has to be very much aligned with ABM efforts. Your webinars, roundtables, events, social media, targeted ads. All of these will have to align with the overall program. It has to align with the kind of personas and the ideal customer profiles you're going after. And then based on that, if you're able to define very clear frameworks in terms of how you can achieve that experience and personalization for specific individuals and specific accounts, that's where you're able to drive that overall, ABX is what we're talking about. So I'll just talk about one example. So we worked with Thomson Reuters for one of their campaigns across account-based marketing. So what we've done was to create a lot of personalized experiences across different aspects that we're working on. So they wanted to focus on very few or specific set of companies to go after. So we had to do a lot of research on these companies, understand what their primary goals are, what their challenges are, how we can actually position a particular solution to them. So we had to do a lot of research, understand what their challenges are, what is their intent, what is their roadmap. And then based on that, we created content specific to those accounts. So here you see Airbnb is one of the accounts. So we kind of created like an entire set of information on what Airbnb's goals are, what their challenges might be, and how Thomson Reuters can actually help them in that area. Similarly, we did a lot. We sent out direct mailers, like with a kit, with a gift, along with a handwritten note to that particular person, who is a CXO of a very large company. And these were very well received, and we were able to create a good experience where they actually called us back and said, we really loved the content that you shared with us. We, like the gift as well. Thanks for sending this to us, and we'd like to talk. So creating that experience is absolutely important. Similarly, for another company where we won an award, we created very specific reports for individual accounts that we were targeting. We created ebooks and reports for them where we shared it with the target stakeholders in the CPG, FMCG companies. Even we ran very targeted ads as well, where these companies were able to download these reports, read them through, and understand some of the challenges they were even not aware of. Because we had to put in a lot of effort into doing that research, coming up with these reports, and we were able to convert them. So what you do, in terms of personalization is all that matters to be able to drive the users into your, bringing them into your opportunity pipelines. But it is a time-taking process and an effort-intensive process, but it is definitely worth the effort. So with respect to ABX, again, you'll have to focus on interaction. So some of the things I just mentioned earlier, and most of it you might be already aware of. So starting from your qualification, the awareness stage, to the engagement stages, and then bringing them into a marketing qualified account stage, and then a customer, like more of opportunity and customer and post-sale aspects. You'll have to really focus on firstly building your brand trust, because a lot of companies try to jump into building or talking more about what they can do for that company without really focus on building the brand, especially if you're going into a new market or going into a new industry where nobody knows about the company. It is very important to drive that initial experience, talk about what value you're bringing to that industry, and then from there go on to driving your sales program. So that aspect of ABX is very important. And this is again supported by a lot of different tools, a lot of different marketing tools. I will not really spend much time on this. Again, specific to your organization, specific to what your focus areas are and how you want to really drive this, your overall ABX program, you will have to choose the tools that best fit into your MarTech stack. So in terms of setting goals, you'll have to, obviously clearly define your KPIs and goals as to what you want to really achieve. How do you want to drive that experience? And obviously with certain quantifiable, KPIs, whether it's on the traffic side of things, whether it's, you want leads or customers, setting up specific goals around your business, around, specifically related to sales or marketing, whether you want to generate revenue or sales or MQLs, and so on and so forth. And then measure all these KPIs in terms of what kind of operational aspects are you taking care of? How much time and effort are you going to spend on the specific or achieving these KPIs? And what is your uniqueness overall? What have you been able to do something out of the box? How you are able to personalize the experience? How you are actually able to drive customers, into your to show interest in your services or products. Then look at all the performance KPIs as well in terms of how you're able to drive leads and engagement, conversions across different aspects, right? So, and in conclusion, look at the integrated approach overall. Do not look at just one spray and pray type of a method where just targeting or doing a lot of sales focused approaches, because buyers are now very well informed. They do not want to be bombarded or obligated to talk to somebody. They know who they want to talk to. They know what information they want and how they want to really engage with someone. So the entire focus of the leadership, the marketing and sales teams has to be aligned. And building that level of personalization, setting up clear goals, building KPIs. And I mean, if you're not able to really handle all of that in-house, then obviously better to outsource. Then also make sure that the teams are responsible for the different goals that you're taking or setting for your teams. Then data-driven decisions are absolutely important. So make sure that every single touch point, every single experience you create has certain level of metrics that are set, certain things are attributable, some are not. So when certain aspects are not attributable, you need to figure out ways to how to manually be able to create a framework to measure them. So that brings me to the end of this session. And just to give you an overview of what we do at This Marketers, we are a ITSMA award-winning agency. We won an award from them in 2019. We are also a HubSpot Platinum Plus partner. So we help a lot of companies with their HubSpot implementations and onboarding and support. We're also an MSB partner for SAP. We're a Semrush certified agency partner and partner for Aveva, which is now Schneider, MSB partner for them across APAC. In terms of the experience of what we do, we specialize in account-based marketing for technology, B2B, majorly B2B organizations across technology, manufacturing, healthcare and health tech and so on. And then inbound marketing. And our, again, the entire deck or presentation of what I did today is to focus on this integration. So we actually integrate a lot of these pieces together, and we're able to handle the entire full spectrum of marketing for B2B firms. So with that, I'll end my presentation, and thank you so much for taking time for this and for the opportunity given, Prashnaji. And I'm sorry for the glitch.
Thank you. Awesome. This has been so very knowledgeable for all of us. I think the few slides that we have not seen, if you're okay, rush it now quickly, because you covered the subject. Only the slide changing was not there, and I didn't want to disturb you because you were on the flow. So we'll just see those few slides. It'll help us from here. We just recap.
Yeah. So I was talking about the story earlier.
Yeah, the story of the apple.
And then I was talking about the Gartner report in terms of the buyer preferences. They would not want a rep-free purchase. They want a rep-free purchase experience. They do not want to deal with people and who are constantly trying to sell to them. So they want to be informed more first. They want to do their own research and then buy. Then if you look at some of the HubSpot research, a lot of companies' primary goals are just around leads and budgets and doing a lot of marketing activities, especially the ROI on marketing activities and so on. But no one really talks about customer experience, right? And again, the other report also talks about closing more deals, making more sales, or improving the sales funnel and so on. So while all of this is good, the focus again should be on experience. Then how B2B companies market, they again focus on the very traditional methods of just doing some webinars, events, running cold calls, cold emails, some basic SEO, but not really a well-structured experience workflow. Then I was sharing about how the actual buyer journey is currently, how people are currently buying, identifying problems in the organization, then doing the research across different areas. Then from there, they're identifying what solution they might possibly need, and then looking for companies, or if they've already come across companies from the research that they've done, someone who is putting out great thought leadership content, putting out great information out there, they're able to visit the, they obviously come into the company website or send a direct email and reach out to them for a demo or send a requirement directly. And then obviously the entire stakeholder committee comes together and then they make a decision, because what the credibility they have built earlier on will really drive that decision, and not just someone who received an RFP out of the blue, or just because they've sent a sales email and they've sent a proposal. So this makes a lot of difference when it comes to decision making. And and then we have the demand generation and account-based marketing approaches. If they're not aligned, one looks like you're trying to capture people and then nurture them and try to convert them, and the other looks more like you're trying to constantly bombard them with information, or poke them with a spear and try to get business out of them. So the idea is to bring create more of an account-based experience, and ensure that there's a framework that is built. There's a sort of strong alignment that is created between sales and marketing teams, aligning those efforts, and build the entire work across the entire life cycle of the customer. And then we have the inbound and ABM aspects and all of that, and basically ensuring that everything that happens in ABM is fully aligned with what is happening in inbound. So making sure that those the personalization, the relevance, the content that's created, the frameworks around content everything that is done is actually relevant. Ensuring, even if there are two separate teams working, the whatever happens in between needs to be fully aligned. And obviously, creating those personalization experiences. And this is something that I just shared earlier.
We covered all this, yeah. Super. Thank you. Thanks, Inak. I think it was really very, very informative for a lot of people who are trying to understand deep into account-based experience, how and where your key accounts are, how can you navigate them better. You have the answer. Inak is the man to go to. So I think, thank you, Inak, for your time and wonderful presentation. I think people can reach out to you directly on your LinkedIn profile, and I'm sure there would be more brands wanting to leverage your skills to navigate their accounts better. Thank you so very much. I'm delighted to welcome our next speaker. Inak, you must meet Mr. Ravindra Datar, our old friend and the founder of Business Mastermind Advisory. Mr. Datar is also a former Gartner consultant. We go back many, many years working together on many projects, on many client campaigns, on many strategies. Mr. Datar is a friend, philosopher, guide, mentor for all of us. And we look forward to hearing from you, sir, about the CX and the digital journey. Take us deep into your vision, and you being a champion and a specialist in managing different businesses across the board. So Mr. Datar will take us through CX journey going ahead. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
So first of all, let me congratulate Enoch on a very, very informative presentation. And I was looking at the slides, and a lot of hard work has gone into creating those models. So I would like to congratulate him on a very well done presentation. And what I am going to talk about now is going to take, so start from where Enoch stopped, yes, and take it forward towards the CX journey of a customer. So a lot of things that Enoch actually said will actually, when I am talking, they will take you back to what Enoch was saying. And that's a very good thing because you have a chain of thought. So without much ado, I will just share my screen and share sound as well, because for one place I require sound as well. Sharing my full screen. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Yes, it's come.
It's visible? Okay.
Done. Yeah.
So I'll just move the video aside. Yeah. Okay. So this is what the event is about. Everyone knows. And this is what the topic is about. Just let me see when you can see it. CX across the customer decision cycle. What does it mean? Is we will be going through the entire decision cycle that customers take when they actually decide to finally click on that buy button or go to the shop and pick up something. And customer experience matters across that life cycle. We will see how. A brief introduction. This is me, Ravindra Sriram Datar. The PC is not mine. I have a lot of hair still. And why should you listen to me? I've been in the industry for a long time, almost 26 years now, global marketing. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yes, you are. In between, it was cracking, but now it is fine.
Sure,
yeah.
Sure. I've been recognized among 100 most influential marketing leaders by the World Marketing Congress. I have a wide range of professional experience in market research, advisory, consulting, mentoring. Been there, done that. Started with advisory and consulting, and then got into the trenches to set up high performance marketing teams across multiple companies. So worked with IMRB, that is now Kantar Group. Worked with Gartner. I was a principal analyst for 11 countries across the APAC region. I set up the strategic marketing function in Patni Computer Systems. I headed global marketing in Datamatics. I actually set up and headed global marketing in Datamatics, and also worked with a lot of small MSMEs and startups in the process of my consulting. This spans large Indian companies, large global MNCs, and small and medium-sized businesses. So wherever you fall, what I'm talking to will make sense to you. So this is my most important or most liked quote that I like myself. A happy customer is your best salesperson. Typically, we invest a lot of time and money to train our salespeople to sell better. What ideally we should be doing is to train our customers to be best salespersons for us. I will tell you how. This entire presentation will tell you how. So we'll define, I'm sure you must have heard different definitions of customer experience through the period of time from 9:30 onwards. Here is something that I can relate to. Customer experience that I see is more about perception. So it's the overall perception that a customer has that they create up in their minds about our brand or about your brand when they're interacting with your business across multiple touch points in the buying journey. So it could be marketing, it could be sales, it could be customer service, post-sales service. Customer service is the sum of all the touch points. And whether they come back to buy from you or whether they buy from you in the first instance itself will depend on the sum total of these touch points and the sum total of perception that they have in mind about what you are selling to them. And the biggest problem that happens is we always keep on selling. Everyone you talk to in any industry, they say sales is our most important function. What I tell my clients is you are not there to sell at all. You are there to offer value. And your sales team should actually help the customer make the buying decision and make the buying process easy for themselves. They are not there to sell. They are there to help customer get the value that the customer is looking for. If we have that clear, the overall perception, the touch points, and everything falls into place. You will see how. So, like I said, we touch the customers at various levels. We touch the customers before sales in our marketing processes. During sale, at actual point of sale, it could be a shop, it could be an online portal, wherever virtual, physical. During the sale, a lot of things happen which affect the sum total that they have in their mind about us. And then after sale as well. In many cases, what happens is companies tend to forget their customers after the sale is done. I'll give you one practical example. I buy a car and the salesperson is the pre-sale activity is very great, like the advertisements and the test drive. Everything is very, very great, convincing. I go to the shop. The sales consultant there is also very, very nice, very courteous, and I end up buying the car. 2 days later, I have some problem with the car. I call up the same person saying, boss, I bought the car from you and I have this problem. What do I do? He says, hey, boss, I am from the sales side. If you have any problem with the car, please call the service number. And at that point, within days of buying the car, the debit starts in my account. So every customer holds an account about your brand in their minds from their first interaction. And this is where the debit starts, saying, sorry, boss, hereafter when I'm buying a car, I may not talk to you again because you didn't help me when I had a problem. So we touch our customers in many ways. Everyone is aware about the inbound and outbound call centers. What is your experience in most cases when you get a call? Like I got a call just this morning and the person on the other side said, sir, आपकी trading कैसे चल रही है? He didn't check whether I was comfortable with Hindi, Marathi, English or some other language. Sir, आपकी trading कैसे चल रही है? He was not even aware of whether I am into trading or what kind. So ऐसे ट्रेडिंग तो मस्त चल रही है. मैं गन्ने की खेती करता हूँ, एक जगह से गन्ना उठाता हूँ, दूसरी जगह पे बेचता हूँ, तो गन्ने की ट्रेडिंग करता हूँ. This guy said, नहीं सर, हम तो गन्ने की ट्रेडिंग के बारे में नहीं बात कर रहे, हम तो स्टॉक ट्रेडिंग की बात कर रहे. So look at how that, what kind of impression I will carry about this person. No background study, no understanding of what I would be looking for, even if I'm looking for something. Suddenly pounce on you. They get a number, they pounce on you. They get your email ID, they pounce on you. They get your LinkedIn connect, they pounce on you. What do most of us do when we connect with someone on LinkedIn? So there's a very brilliant kind of thing. I'll come to that in the next step. So when you're talking about a call center or inbound or outbound call center, inbound as well. I recently called up someone as a mock call to one of my clients' board numbers. And I said, I want to know about such and such business of your company. and this lady at the phone was completely confused. Sir, we don't do any research. We are into IT. She was not even aware that they had a division that provides technology to research companies. So the entire experience was ruined. Whatever the marketing team did, invested in a lot of activities to get me to make that call as a customer is completely lost, because the person who is taking that inbound call is not aware of what the company does, or is not able to connect me to the right person. Entire experience is dead. So the first touch point in many cases could be the call center. In some cases, it could be your website. They come to your website, what they see there. I recently visited one website, and since I'm into marketing, I keep coming across such experiences. And I liked one particular product, and I called up that number and said, I want to buy this product. And they said, sir, this product has been discontinued since the last 6 months. So we don't have any of those. I said, but it is on your website. You are selling it on your website. No, sir, our website, so we have not updated for the last 1 year. Again, is your website current? Is your website communicating what the customer is looking for? Is your communication inside out, as in this is what we do, this is what we offer, versus outside in, as in this is what you as a customer will get. This is the value you as a customer will get by interacting with us and buying from us. So again, most of the websites are geared to sell, sell, sell. And the customer is not coming there to sell, the customer to buy. The customer is coming there to gather information first on whether he should even consider buying your product at all. So the website content and the layout and the way it is designed has to be very, very thought through before we actually launch it to the customers. Advertisement, again, not much of these nowadays. Most of the holdings are political, unfortunately, or some other things. But holding advertisement also can be very, very effective if it is in the right place. And that can also give a great customer experience. Like for one of my clients, I recently said, why don't you use an innovative campaign with holding advertisements where you put a QR code there, a hidden QR code. So what you tell people is you scan this advertisement and get a free or get a discount or whatever, that message. So when people scan it, depending on their profiles and depending on the location and the time of the day, so we had a lot of back-end calculations, they get an offer on their phone. So what happens in that process is the ad agency or the company is able to capture so many contact numbers, and they know exactly what these people will be buying in the next few days based on those discount codes. So again, it was a great customer experience because they started talking about it, saying this is something interesting, no one has done it. And the same hoarding advertisement was able to sell, the person was able to sell the same hoarding to multiple companies, because based on the profile of the person who was scanning it, based on the location and the time of the day and day of the week and month of the year, the advertisements that were shown would change. So that was the beauty of this. So have we thought about these kind of things, or are we just putting up those same old boring holdings? Look at how customer experience works when we see Amul advertisements. Everyone looks, whenever there is a major happening across the world, everyone looks for the Amul holding. What are they going to say about this? That is what is real customer experience when you talk about holdings. People should look forward to seeing your holding. Social media, like I said, in many cases, when you log into LinkedIn, we are told that you have to grow your contacts. So you send a connection request and the person accepts. The next thing that immediately happens is we pounce on that person, introducing our company and asking them for a meeting. People are not on LinkedIn to buy from you. People are there to network professionally. And in many cases, people just disconnect you again, even if they have connected, or start ignoring you if you immediately pounce on them with a sale. So a lot of junk happens on social media, Facebook, Twitter, all of these channels. So we have to be really careful on how we connect with our prospects or customers on these platforms. I'm going through this very fast because there is something else later where I'll be going through this in a lot of detail. Your visiting card also says a lot about yourself and gives a lot of has a lot of potential to differentiate your customer experience. In many cases, you see very, very, very flat visiting cards. And a lot depends on how you design it. A lot depends on the kind of information you give on the visiting card, and a lot depends on how you creatively make it. So when I say creatively, it's not about just the graphics or something. There's a lot of other things we can do using digital technology on the visiting cards. So one example nowadays is the digital visiting card that is happening. So instead of physical visiting card, can you create a digital visiting card, which is more like a mini website? Again, what you put on the website is very important, or on the card is very important. You need to put something that is of value to the customer and not really something that you are trying to sell. If the customer likes what they see, they will immediately come back and say, okay, I want to buy from you. Sales is another big problem. They have been trained to pounce on customers and sell to them. In many cases, it's all sell, sell, sell. What I tell my clients is, don't get into this force selling. And don't even call your field salespersons as field force. You need to tell them that they are not there to sell anything. They are there to help customer buy the right thing for them. And if they don't have the right thing for the customer, they should be willing to tell that very frankly to the customer, saying, I came here expecting I could sell you something, but after our discussion, I feel my product may not be suitable for you. And if I have something valuable for you, I will come back to you again. Imagine the kind of trust that builds in the minds of the customer, instead of chipcawing something that you have just because you want to meet your targets. And in some cases, it actually works. In many cases, it actually works because it builds a lot of trust about you and your brand in the minds of the customer. Post and courier, I have purposefully put the India post there, and a lot of courier companies also make the same mistake. Look at the kind of boxes you get typically from many companies. There's a lot of things that can be done on the boxes that go to the customer through your post and courier services. To a certain extent, Amazon has done something interesting. To a certain extent, some of these other companies also have done something interesting. But a lot more needs to be done to make that box memorable. I remember a Japanese client once sent me a courier, and that was about some rice cakes that they have, some specialist rice cakes in a festival. So he sent it to me as a courtesy, and it was very interesting. I am still retaining the wooden box it came in. The rice cakes are over within a few minutes or a few hours. The wooden box.
You froze just now, Mr. Datar. Hi, see, your net is stuck. Hello. Hi, Mr. Datar. Hi, friends. Wait, I think there is some issue in Mr. Datar's connection. We'll just hold. For all our viewers who are waiting to listen to Mr. Datar, he'll be back soon. I think there's some connectivity issue. In the meantime, you can log into the exhibit area, the lounge area. Yeah, Mr. Datar is back. So over to you. Yeah, thank you. Can't hear you, can't hear you.
Sorry about that.
Yes.
There was some technical glitch on my side. How long was I gone?
No, you'd gone for about, say, 2 minutes.
Okay.
The last slide.
I don't know how much I missed.
The last slide.
Sorry
Only
about
the last slide got frozen. We are good with it. Yeah.
So, did you see the distribution slide or the postal slide?
Go, yeah, from here. Start from here.
Okay. Okay, fine. So in many cases, what you see is look at the kind of boxes you get from post and courier, from companies that you buy from. Typical plastic box, a typical plastic package, or a typical cardboard box. As against that, one Japanese client, when he sent me a gift a few years back, they sent me some rice cakes in a very beautiful wooden box. And the rice cakes were over within a matter of minutes. But the wooden boxes stayed with me for the last many years now. So it's been more than 10 years, and the box still reminds me of their brand. So how you package your product also makes a lot of sense in terms of a differentiated customer experience. Your distribution channels, again, how promptly are the products delivered? Is the right product available at the right place? Are there stockouts? Are there over stocking? That also makes a lot of difference, because you may do a lot of marketing activity. You reach out to customers, and then the customer goes to buy the product from your channel, and then they have a big problem because you are stocked out. The product is not available. So again, are we giving the right customer experience at a distribution channel? Because you do a lot of zazzy marketing, and when they reach the shop or when they reach the distribution point where they want to buy, they are treated very badly. Then what happens? There may not be a stock out, but the way they are treated at the shop or the outlet may not really be in sync with the kind of customer experience you want to give. And that is why you see a lot of these forward-looking companies investing a lot in how they design their distribution points as well. Events, again, physical and virtual events. So what happened just now was probably a bad experience, a negative experience of how CX should be. I got disconnected and then I connected back in again. But in the meanwhile, you were kept wondering, where did he go? What happened? So with virtual world now, people are used to that. But I should have made sure that doesn't happen. Maybe next time. References. Again, your customers can be your best salespeople. Who they are getting the references from is also very important. The credibility of those people, the credibility of those sources. So make sure your advertisements are seen at the right places. Make sure your references, your reference program is of the right kind, and it's not just a pyramid scheme that we see in many cases. Again, this is something I'll be coming back to in a little more detail. So ensuring excellence in customer engagement has to be proactive at all touch points. It will enable a larger and growing and loyal customer base. We will see how. Everyone seems to be talking about customer experience. We saw so many examples now in previous presentations also. So how do I differentiate? How do I stand out of the crowd? To do this, we first need to remember that our customers buy just like we do. Prasna, I'm audible, right?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Completely fine. Yeah,
I'll keep checking from time to time. Just
sure,
to make
no
sure.
problem. Go ahead. Yeah.
So to give a differentiated customer experience, we need to think like our customers. They buy just like we do. So what happens typically? We first have to define the need. So when I need to buy something, I first define what I'm looking for. What kind of features I'll look for, what kind of brand I will be looking for, a lot of things. So the decision parameters. We go out and search for available options. What is available in the market that is close to what I'm looking for. We go to evaluate what is available, evaluate the options, look at what is giving the best value for the money I am paying, what is meeting my expectations to the best possible level. Then we look at the actual buying process. We go and buy something from a shop or from online sources. The next thing we do is, again, after buying, we evaluate, because you buy something and then someone says, hey, there was a better discount going on at some other place. So you also evaluate the product that you bought based on the quality of output you get from that product. You also evaluate the brand from the quality of service you get, after sales service you get. Like I explained the case of buying a car and after sales service. The next thing after evaluation is, if the customer finds you good in your product and after sales service, they will recommend you. And the human tendency is, if it is positive, they don't go out and do it very actively. But if the experience is negative, you have Facebook, you have Twitter, you have all sorts of channels where they will talk about the bad experience they had with you. So they also recommend positively or negatively and negatively. So it's up to us to make sure the right channels are available to them, so that if they have negative comments, they come to us. If they have positive comments, they go to the world. And then if everything is good, the next time they need something, they will follow the same cycle and come back to us. Now, what does it mean to us as sellers? So first of all, in the definition stage, the customer is defining their parameters and then also the value they are looking for. So it is up to us to be sensitive to the customer's requirements, think like the customer, and understand why they are buying this product or service and the value they are looking for in this purchase. And this will give us inputs to define their CX, their experience, all through the rest of the cycle. So as a seller, we need to think like a customer, maybe even visit as a customer, visit the site or visit the physical places and look at these touch points and see whether I myself am getting that kind of a customer experience that I would look for as a customer. People are looking at finding the options available. So it is up to us to be easy and frequently visible at the right place at the right time, because jo dikhta nahi wo bikhta nahi. So we have to be there proactively. So if we know that people look at certain blogs when buying certain products, are we there? If we know that people go to certain exhibitions before making a buying decision, are we there? Are we there at the right time when the customer is ready to buy? So we need to think about all these things and make sure that we are proactively there so the customer is happy to find us there. After buying, after finding us, the customer will start looking for information, references, data, because they have multiple options and now they have to decide what to buy. So they are going to look at Google, they are going to look at a lot of places. So as a proactive seller of value, a provider of value, it is up to us to provide that experience, provide the references, provide the data to make that evaluation easier. And if we are providing it, it is more likely to be in our favor. So it is very important to identify how are we going to do this, how are we going to provide the right references. And like I said, your past customers can be your best salespeople. So are you selling or are your customers selling to other customers? So this part of the process is very, very important to tilt the decision in your favor. The experience people get when looking for data, if they search on your brand and all they find is Mouthshut or such other sites where there are a lot of negative references, it becomes very difficult for you to sell to them, however good you are. In the buying process, when someone reaches a shop or reaches an online portal to buy, they need to find you easily, because if they find someone else easier than you, they will buy that product, they will not buy you. So how easy are you, how available are you in terms of the product and the information through the right channels for the customer to buy very easily. And the entire buying experience has a huge impact on your brand's value perception, because like I said before, when you go to a shop or when you go online to buy something, if they don't have a good experience in the buying process, they are not likely to come back to you again. After buying, the quality of products and the after sale service really matters, because it actually matters the most. Because if the customer buys it and feels he has got great value, he is likely to go and tell others that he's got great value by buying this. But if the person doesn't feel that he has got the good value for his products because of the quality of product or because of the after sales service not being good enough, he'll actively go and tell people, I've been fooled by these people, please don't buy from them. So the experience after the purchase is probably more important than before the purchase. And you need to look at evaluating the touch points after the purchase and how we are making the experience better there. Now, like I said, if something works out positively, people may or may not go out and recommend. But if something works out negatively, people are very likely to go and talk on Twitter, talk on Facebook, and all over the place. So we have to be proactive to create channels which are very responsive, and also create opportunities for customers to recommend, to endorse. So whenever they have something negative, they should be able to easily reach out to us. If you look at these IVRs of most banks and insurance companies, it's a disaster. It probably takes me half an hour before I'm able to get that option to dial 9 and get to speak to the customer service representative. In most cases, the IVRs become very irritating. So can you make it easier for the customer to reach to you if they have a problem? And most people like to talk to people, not machines. So we have to keep that in mind. Also, can we incentivize people to go out and talk positive about us, make positive recommendations, and come back to us through various ways. Like for example, in one of the events that one of my clients was doing, we set up a selfie booth, and we said, visitors, take a picture at the selfie booth and write a creative tagline for what you liked about our product, and post it on Twitter with this hashtag. Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, wherever, with this hashtag. And the best hashtag, the best quote will get a certain reward. So we got hundreds of posts within a single day, because people actually liked what they saw there. Then they took those selfies, and then they made those creative sentences. So they came out with some taglines which our own marketing team was not able to think of, because there are so many creative people visiting. So are we able to create such experiences to make customers reach out to other customers and talk about the good experiences they get from us? That is also something very important. And if everything happens like this, then finally they're going to come to you and define their next requirement. I see that I made this presentation very short in the interest of time. So I'll end with 3 magic words for a differentiated customer experience. The 3 magic words are sensitivity, creativity, and responsiveness. So if you looked at the entire set of touch points I talked about, if you looked at the entire buying cycle, decision cycle, at each stage, you need to question yourself, am I sensitive to what the customer is looking for? If I am the buyer, what is it that I'll be looking for when I'm at this stage in my buying cycle? So you have to be sensitive to those requirements, those value requirements. Then you have to be creative about addressing those, because it's okay to understand it, but then everyone understands those. So how are you going to stand out in terms of providing a differentiated customer experience? That is where your creativity comes into picture. How are you going to engage with those customers in a more creative way that they will remember? And then finally, responsiveness. How responsive are we to the value perceptions of the customer, or the needs of the customer, or the feedback of the customer at all these touch points, to give them a differentiated customer experience? So before I end this, these were the 3 magic words I wanted to share with you. Before I end it, I want to take you through a very short video, a 1.5 to 2 minutes video that shows all of these together.
South Korea, a country devoid of oil. Seoul, a city where 1/4 of Koreans live, with one of the world's highest gasoline consumption. The situation is getting worse. Car usage is increasing. Petroleum costs are rising. Parking spaces are scarce. People are stressed out. Every day, a Seoul driver wanders 500 meters to find a parking space. In a month, this equals 15 kilometers or 1 liter of gas.
Are we able to see the video?
S-Oil, one of the 4 oil companies in Korea, took action. It is on a mission to save oil. Right here, right now. Thus begins the HERE campaign. It has set up a HERE balloon for each parking space. As a car parks in it, the balloon falls. When the car exits, the balloon rises. Cars can spot these balloons from afar. They can spot open parking spaces without wandering. Finding quick parking means saving oil. One easily spotted parking spot is worth 1 liter of oil saved.
교육하실 때 엄마들은 한 저것만큼 경제적인 게 없다고
딱 이정표가 있으니까 참 뭐 좋은 아이디어 같아요.
주차장에서 풍선 달니까 신기했어요.
풍선 없었으면 못 들어보는 거죠. 진짜.
HERE balloons have saved drivers' gas expenses through a new and interesting method. S-Oil, the oil seller, gained the impression of an oil-saving company. Save oil, save time, save money. here, taking action for a better world. Save oil, save Earth. S-Oil.
Awesome.
So could you hear the audio properly?
Yes, it was beautiful video.
So
So
now
nice.
if you see the entire buying cycle, how it is aligned with the entire decision cycle, at one touch point, that is the petrol pump or the fuel pump. They were sensitive about the topics that the customers are sensitive about. They were very creative in addressing that, and they were also very responsive to the customers' concerns around burning fuel to find fuel and the effect on the environment. So just this one example will emphasize everything that I talked about in the last half an hour, the entire touch point thing, as well as the entire buying cycle. So with that, I end my presentation. And if you would like to talk further to me, here is my contact information. And I'm open to any questions if you have time for that.
Yes. Thank you so very much. Wonderful presentation.
I
The
hope
beauty
I
of
finished on time.
Yeah, you are. The beauty of Mr. Datta talking is when you can present such complex subjects in such simple manner that anybody can understand what you're trying to communicate. And that's something which we really admire you for. Great subject expertise, and thank you so much for your time. There is one question which the audience has got, and that's about in terms of the customer experience. You covered most of it. We would just want to understand, is there a key difference between the approach a B2C brand needs to adopt to and a B2B brand needs to adopt to? Is there a fundamental difference between the two? Or maybe a D2C, which is the online brand, which is now direct to consumer?
Okay. That's a brilliant question, actually. And I keep coming across this all the time with my clients because I work with both types of customers. So typically, if you're talking about B2B, the channels you are going to use are very different from the way you are going to work with B2C and D2C also, B2C and D2C also. However, there is a lot of overlap between the channels you use. So when you're talking about B2B, most people will say Facebook may not be the best channel for B2B and LinkedIn will be a better channel. But when you go to LinkedIn, you are not going to find something to buy. When you are going to LinkedIn, you are going to network. Whereas when you are on Facebook, you are doing it on your personal time, when your guards are down and you are not in any kind of hurry. So that's the time when even a B2B buyer is finally a human. And that's the time when he is more likely to click on your advertisement as compared to your advertisement on LinkedIn, where he's going to find something specific. So he may not have the time to click on your ad when he's on LinkedIn. So there are differences in the way you approach B2B versus B2C versus D2C. When you're talking about B2B, it's more about a serious business purchase, high value purchases in many ways, in many times. When we are talking about business to consumer and direct to consumer, the value that they are looking for may not be that big. Even with high ticket products as compared to B2B, the value, the money part is much less, but the volume is much higher. And the type of advertisement that you do for a business to consumer is very different. In business to consumer, you are more likely to have more engaging colors, more engaging kind of visuals, more engaging language, which is addressing directly those individual buyers for those items that they are going to buy. So if you are advertising hotels for example, if you are advertising a hotel to a B2B versus a B2C, a good example. When you're advertising your hotel rooms to a business to consumer kind of channel, you're going to talk about the comfort, you're going to talk about the swimming pool, you're going to talk about the nature around it. Typically what a tourist or a traveler is going to look for with a family. The same hotel, when it talks to a B2B kind of thing, to hold conferences and to hold business events, they are going to talk less about the swimming pools and the king size beds or the queen size beds and the feathery beds or whatever. They are going to talk more about the convenience of reaching there, the kind of cleaner environment. Of course, they will talk about. They'll talk about the facilities available there, the size of the boardrooms, the size of the banquet halls. They are going to talk more about that as compared to, so the same property, when you're reaching out to two different segments, will have different messages. So what we do in our company with Business Mastermind is we construct a value grid. So when you talk about a value grid, you identify who are the various stakeholders in the buying decision. So there could be direct buyers, there could be budget holders, there could be influencers, there could be users. Multiple stakeholders can be part of that buying process. And there is different set of values that each of them will be looking for. So we first identify those, if you want to call it the KRAs of those people, key result areas or key pain point areas, or the key values that they are looking for. And then we make the communication aligned with what they are looking for. And then that value grid is a grid where it talks different value proposal. So you may call it index cards, like 3 or 4 bullet points for each of the potential stakeholders in the buying process. So when we are reaching out to them in a common presentation, we make sure that all those are together in that presentation. When we are reaching out to a specific person, we make sure that those 4 or 5 points are highlighted. So that's the way it will differ actually. Does it answer the question?
Yes, it completely has explained, and I'm sure a lot of people must have got this great confusion out from their mind, because the way people tend to approach is they think it's all same, but end of the day the customers are different, the strategies are very different. I think lovely. Thank you so very much for your time, Mr. Datar. It's been brilliant. And we've been having this beautiful day since morning 9 a.m. I think we'll take a short lunch break. We'll be back again on the same link in 15 minutes. Till such time, the ones who are in the auditorium can hang around at the lounge, at the exhibit hall, meet up with a few booths that we have, some interesting booths. This highlight and information management system, and a couple of our other beautiful booths have been placed at the auditorium. We shall come back in 15 minutes to continue with our next session. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachna. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Lovely. You take care. Thanks a ton. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Ravish can play some videos in the meantime. Ravish, you can play some videos in the meantime. We'll be back soon. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Hello. Hi friends, we are back with a short break and delighted to welcome. We'll also have our next speaker, Gaurav Shah, joining in. Are you playing the video now? Okay, we'll listen to a few videos. Gaurav will just log in back in 5 minutes. We are taking a short lunch.
Sure.
We are taking a short lunch break, so we'll just go ahead with the video. Ravish, we can start with our next presentation. Maybe you can pause this. We are on track with time. Thank you. Thank you. Dear friends, we are delighted to welcome Mr. Gaurav Shah. Mr. Gaurav Shah is a champion investor and a startup mentor, helps with financing options, makes business models, has been working on various projects, social projects, non-social projects, commercial projects. Mr. Gaurav Shah is based out of Manila. So he's logged in on his personal visit to Philippines, and right now from Philippines, Gaurav will take us on to his vision and journey on managing businesses in this new era of the post-pandemic age. Gaurav, are you able to take on? Over to you, Gaurav, then. Thank you for
Yes, thank
joining
you.
in. Thank you. Take care. Yeah, go
Thank
over.
you, Ratna ji. Very good afternoon to all of you. I am honored to be a part of this summit. What I am going to do today is I'm going to speak about why it is important to manage customer experiences, especially in the post-pandemic scenario, where physical meetings and physical interactions have become more and more difficult, and a lot more business is now conducted via video channels like Zoom, Skype, or Microsoft Teams, and things like that. The most important element of any relationship is basically trust. Now, when you meet somebody personally, you have a lot of softer characteristics that you can judge or that you can communicate, during a physical meeting, like your body language, like the vibes, like so many other things that you can do during a physical meeting. However, all of these things are missed out during a Zoom meeting or a Teams meeting or something like that. So instead, you're more dependent on your verbal communication, on your facial expressions, and things like that, which basically will mean that you are going to put in an extra effort to ensure that the customer understands what you are trying to communicate. Now, like I said, the most important thing that we need to establish between us and the customer is trust. Second, that we need to establish the confidence that the customer might have on us in terms of whether we are able to actually deliver the job, whether we are going to really deliver the job and things like that. So let's go to, a few points. Number one, while you are on a Zoom meeting, a customer interaction, you need to have a far more positive energy. You need to have far more facial expressions. You need to emote better. That is one part of the thing. Second part of the thing is that you need to keep your communication very, very, very simple. Simple in such a way that the customer understands exactly what you are trying to say. Now, this part of interaction is the most important, because the customer is only going to be able to base his judgment on these aspects, on what you communicate, either through words or through your expressions, because there's no other elements that he can actually feel, that he might otherwise in a physical meeting. Now, let's take a scenario that you already have a customer who is willing to work with you. Again, in this era, what is very, very important is the visibility of activities that the customers will have, while you cannot physically keep meeting the customer, or while you can't keep visiting the customer. So it is extremely, extremely important to keep the visibility in the process of what you are doing, of how you are able to deliver what the customer is looking for, whether it's a service, a product, or a post-sale service. But the important thing here is that you create platforms by way of which a customer is able to have visibility in the process as to what is really happening. The second aspect is that you must proactively communicate whatever the customer should be expecting in terms of what will happen. This proactive communication makes the customer's the customer's situation or the customer's predicament easier. He feels more comfort when he is dealing with you, because he knows that whatever may happen, he will not have to follow it up, he will not have to chase you down, but you are going to proactively communicate things to him, and he feels far more comfortable working with you than probably the rest of the other vendors that you might have. So number one, visibility in the process. Number two is proactively communicate whatever is going to happen, whatever you're intending to do, and things like that. Number three, that is very, very important. Let's say there are some negative situations that may arise. So, for example, if you are able to predict that there is something negative that is going to arise, you may want to proactively again communicate. But if suddenly something negative happens, the best thing to do is speak the truth. This is the most important element, that you speak the truth as is. Whatever has happened, you speak the truth as is. This will ensure that the customer is able to trust you more and more and more, because you are not sugarcoating things. You are not trying to, adjust your communication for your own benefit, but you're actually speaking the truth, so that once accepted, you and the customer both can actually find a solution towards any negative or adverse situation. So number one, visibility. Number two, proactive communication. Number three, and very, very important, is always speak the truth. Do not sugarcoat, especially under negative circumstances. So these are the three elements that I believe make the customer experience more wholesome, more trustworthy, and more comfortable because he's able to depend on you. Ultimately, when you're delivering a service or a product, the customer's most important requirement would be that he should be able to depend on you. And that's why these three elements of your interaction with the customer, your behavior with the customer are so very, very, very important. Visibility, proactive communication, and speaking the truth. Even if you are only on a video channel and there is no physical interaction happening, but if you maintain these three, the customer is always going to be very, very comfortable working with you. And lastly, he will also happily pay you a premium because you have always maintained the pedigree of your behavior, of your capability. Even if you're not so capable to deliver something else, but if you speak the truth, if you are maintaining visibility, if you are actually going to be proactive in your communication, the customer is always going to choose you over other vendors and even pay you a premium because the customer knows that at least I'm getting the truth, at least the communication is clear, at least the process is visible, and hence the customer is able to plan his own activities based on what you are doing. He is able to expect the outcome from what you are doing because you have kept it very simple. And this is why I believe that these three elements of our behavior towards the customer are the winning elements of not just current business but also future business, and also having premium money coming from the customer because you have behaved extremely professional. You have behaved with the truth. Even if sometimes it doesn't look so nice on you, but you tend to still speak the truth, the customer is eventually going to appreciate you as an individual, you as a vendor, and he will always tend to choose you over other vendors. And this is what I have experienced in my journey of last 16 years. The reason I can actually very confidently say so is because in the last 16 years, I have actually managed my entire investment banking business over Zoom calls, over Microsoft Teams. And 80% of the customers till date, I haven't been able to actually meet them in person in physical setting. So it is all happening online because I am, probably 8,000 miles away from India and all my customers are in India. So basically, they're able to trust me because I call a spade a spade. Next, I have created channels of keeping things visible. And lastly, I never have any shame or I shy away from speaking the truth, even if it is a bitter truth, even if it is not going to look too good on me, but always speak the truth. So these are the three important elements I believe, that if we adopt in our communication with the customers, in a B2B kind of services or products, it will win you not just this customer, but also win you a lot of customer referrals because the customer knows that this one vendor is a very, very trustworthy, a dependable vendor. And when he refers business, you're definitely going to earn some premium over, your services compared to the others or in the market standards. Now let's look at a scenario of B2C where you are in a setting of retail sales like e-commerce. A lot of e-commerce companies are saying today that you can actually return if you don't like or if there is a defect or something like that within 7 days or within 30 days and that your money will be refunded. However, what they have not really still done is they have not made the process very, very straightforward. In fact, if you look at things in the US at the moment, Amazon does not ask questions. If you want to, just simply return your goods, they do not ask questions. But in a country like India or here even in the Philippines, they will first tell you to return the item. Then they will verify so many things and making the whole process cumbersome. So a lot of times, I mean, my own personal experience, a lot of times I just shy away from returning what I actually didn't want to, buy. But I didn't want to go through that process of returning. Eventually, I chose a competitor who had a better process of returns. So basically, okay, one item they could sell to me, but then they actually lost me as a customer to the competition because their process is one, there was no visibility on the process. Second, it was very cumbersome. And third, most important, there was no clarity as to the outcome of what will happen at the end of the process. They will just say, this is my policy, that is my policy, and you're not going to read user policies, you're not going to read return policies and all of that in such detail because we are not lawyers, we are simple customers. And hence, it is so important that you create something very, very simple for a customer to understand without the fine print. So these are the elements I believe that will make customers' experience far more cohesive, far more comfortable to be able to choose you as a vendor over and over again. Rachnaji, is it possible to take questions or anything like that, or should I continue for another 5 minutes?
I think you may continue because the questions will come in the next few minutes. The questions open.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this was in the e-commerce setting. The third setting that we have is a retail store where there is actual physical presence of a customer and the salesperson available. Now, if the salesperson is enthusiastic, if the salesperson will actually talk about how it might benefit the customer's purchase decision becomes easier. The customer's experience becomes far better because the salesperson was able to understand the customer's needs and he was able to explain the benefits as to those needs or the fulfillment of those needs. So basically the salesperson was able to give a solution to the customer's needs. Now, all of this I said, the bigger question that arises is how do we achieve this? So there is a simple process to achieve it, which is called NEADS, needs. You want to ask your customer these few things. N means what are you doing now? E means are you enjoying everything that you are doing right now? A means what is it that you want to alter from what you are doing right now? D, it would mean who is the decision maker and how is the decision made. And S is the role you play in positioning your solution once you find out answers to N, E, A, and D as to what he wants to alter, what is he not enjoying. And if your solution really solves the problem in terms of what the customer is telling you, there is actually a very easier way for the customer to make a purchase decision. Now, this is how you can find out. You don't need to shy away from asking these questions. And end of the day, if you are able to position your solution correctly, a purchase decision would be made. After the decision is made, again, I will go back to those three things that you will maintain visibility in the process. You will maintain proactive communication as to what the customer should expect in terms of what is going to happen next. And third, speak the truth, even if it is bitter, even if it is not going to look so nice on you, but truth is really, really important because that is the only way a customer will feel that he can depend on you. So I'm going to end my short presentation or a short speech here, and I'm going to allow some questions to be asked, which I can answer right away. Thank you so much, and I wish everybody a blessed afternoon and a blessed evening ahead.
Thank you.
Open for questions.
Thank you, Gaurav. This was really wonderful. The needs formula really helps. I have a question which the audience has posed. Is this typically, I mean, your guidance is so very perfect. As we are almost at the closure of the day, we heard various theories and strategies and sessions where we have actually gone through the whole understanding on the journey. But you actually have hit the nail and the brass tacks on the three things that is required, and that's the customer winning strategy that one needs to apply come what may. Here is a question that a startup would want to win their first few customers.
Right.
What is it that they need to do? Because that's like the chicken and egg story, whether you get the customer first or you get the funding first or you get the business first or you get the cycle first. Or so how do you break that ice where you are a startup and you want to win your first 10 customers? What do you do then?
Let's say you are a startup which is pre-revenue stage. You haven't really had any customers so far, but your product is more or less ready at a minimum viable state. The most important element is you need to get out of the building. You cannot sit within the four walls and expect a customer to walk in and buy something. The first thing you do is get out of the building and hustle. You are going to expect 90% rejection rate because nobody really knows you. But here is the formula. Never give up. You keep hustling, you keep hustling, you keep hustling. One to another, one to another, another to another, another to another, until you have your first ever customer. That is the most important thing to do. And whenever you're interacting with the customers, speak the truth. Tell your product as is. Even if it's missing out on a certain element, you know that you're going to build it tomorrow. But what is important is that they look into your eyes and see that you are a genuine startup. You are a genuine vendor who is going to support their needs, and that you're solving a real problem that a customer has. If you're able to convey this genuinity, that no matter what, in Hindi we say कि हम आपके काम पे जान लगा देंगे. If this is a feeling you can create with your first customer, the customer will be willing to take a risk on you, because it is a risk. He doesn't know if your business is going to continue beyond 6 months or 3 months or whatever. But as soon as the first customer is willing to take the risk, then you will actually experience something called as a dominoes effect. But the only formula to get your first customer is to hustle. Get out of the building and hustle, and show the genuinity of you as a person. Because when the customer knows that he's going to be the first customer, he's actually not betting his money on your product. He's betting his money on you as an entrepreneur. And if he sees that you are a very genuine gentleman or a genuine lady, he is going to take that risk on you. And that is how you're going to get your first breakthrough. Once you get that, repeat that for the first 10 customers. Make sure that you basically provide them an extra mile service, so that the domino effect will start, because a word of mouth doesn't take too long to actually fly out. A word of mouth will actually start your dominoes effect. Once you have these 10 customers, you have to make sure that everything about your service, your product, about your own behavior is genuine. You go the extra mile, like I said, jaan laga do. That is how you're going to manage their experience. I mean, the first 10 customers. Later on, once you scale up, you could minimize the extra mile by automating certain processes, by making their life easy. But the first 10 customers, you really need to put life into that relationship by being genuine, because they are betting on you and not your product. So this is how, I have seen things work, and this is the only way it really works as far as I think. So this is what I would say.
100%. This is so true, and it is a proven formula. And
Yes.
I think this almost reminds me to thank you enough. Probably you were one of my first customers. I think that was way back when we had started Media Valley Works in maybe 2011 or so.
You bet money on people. That is how it works, because end of the day, a product is never going to be perfect.
Correct.
The important thing is that you work with good people, because then only you'll be able to always find your way through difficult times, through adverse times. And that is the important part. If people are good, they will stand by you during your adverse times.
Awesome. Great thoughts and amazing. Thank you, Gaurav, for joining in through your tough times at Philippines with the family. Thank you so very
Thank you
much
so
for
much.
your time. Yeah, thank you so very much for your time. I think our audience are now almost heading into lunch break, or actually heading into.
Okay.
Sure. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
have we have our audiences in the auditorium. We have some beautiful booths there. We have our partners who have put up their virtual booth. Would request you to visit there. And thank you, Gaurav. We'll stay connected.
Thank you, Rachnaji. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Is it okay if I log off?
Yes, you can. Yes, you may. Yes, you may. Comfortably.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Thank
everybody.
you so
And
much.
thank you for
Thank you.
listening to me. I wish you a blessed evening ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Awesome. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So, dear friends, we've almost come to the fag end of our day today. Brilliant sessions, one after the other, understanding the customer experience in the post-pandemic era. This is the beginning of our journey. We aim to connect with over 500,000 people and empower them with understanding the customer journey in the changed scenario in the post-pandemic era. We would want you to spend some time in the auditorium, meet up with few of the booths that we have, and do stay connected with us. We shall send across the details to you over email. We already have floated our offers. We at Media Valley Works and Media Tech Resource would like to thank you enough for your contribution, your time, your support. Stay connected with us, and we are here to empower you, to help you grow in your business, joining hands together. Thank you very much. This is Rachna Chaudhary signing off for the day. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Drop.
Thank you all. We can stay connected. Ravish, you can play the video once again with the contact details of the last page being visible. Thank you very much. All. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you. Good weekend. Bye.
The recording has stopped.
Should I end it right?